Good morning. My name is Steve Frater, and with me is Danny Barra and Chuck Tillis. And we are the three members of the Committee on Parole that will be meeting today at the headquarters in Baton Rouge. Today's date is May the 12th, 2026. The time is 8:56 in the morning. There's some staff in the room here. If you would you introduce yourself, please?
Parole Williams.
And like I say, we're at the Department of Corrections in Baton Rouge at headquarters. Our first case is going to be going to the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. And it's a revocation case against Mr. Korey Crockett. Sir, would you introduce yourself, Captain?
I'm Captain Barry Miles, Chief of Intake and Release here at the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison.
Okay. Thank you very much for hosting us this morning there. And
Yes, sir.
Korey Crockett there.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Crockett. What is your DOC number?
It's 35 69 61.
Okay, 35 69 61, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All righty. And your case this morning is going to be handled by Mr. Tillis. But before we do that, I want to make sure that you got a waiver form in front of you talking about the rights. And did you sign that and agree to that? Agree to this
Yes,
here?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Tillis?
Good morning, Mr. Crockett. How
Good
are
morning,
you?
Mr. Gilles. I'm blessed, sir.
I'm going to read some violations and you can answer guilty, not guilty, or with a statement. The first violation is number 3. You failed to provide our office with a current address. Our office attempted to locate you at the address of record. Once officers arrived, we were notified by family members that you do not live there at this address. They were uncertain of your location. A warrant was issued on 11/17/25 for absconding. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or with a statement?
I plead with a statement, sir.
Okay, tell us about it.
Okay, I had discharged from Hunts Correction on September the 10th of 2025, and I was moved with my daughter until I could do better. But it had things going on at that residence that wasn't approved by probation and parole. So through my actions, I moved around it. And when I moved to 2908 Sycamore Street, in which I didn't give up the address, hadn't given up the address. I was trying to get back on my feet, in which I was arrested at the restaurant I worked at Venice Soul Food Kitchen on North Street. That's where I was arrested at, sir.
Okay, so you didn't get in touch with your parole officer? You didn't tell him your address?
No, sir. Due to the rage that I was going through, and at the time, I lost all my family members, so that was the only place I had to go to. You know, all of them passed away last year.
Okay, violation number 4. You violated a current protective order. Our office received a call from the Baton Rouge Police Department advising their victims unit had received several calls from the victim. Warrants were issued on 11/17 for violations of protective order, for a violation of protective order. How do you plead?
I plead not guilty to that, sir, with a statement.
Okay, go ahead, tell us about it.
Okay. Once I was released from prison, I had no contact with this lady. I don't even know where she stayed, none of this. But in November, one day before Thanksgiving, the officers was called to where I was at the Q-Mart buying bar meat. And the officer had put me in handcuffs. And the guy at the store who owned the store asked him what happened. And he stated that I was supposed to be stalking the young lady, Veronica Green, in which I haven't. So he ran the store and he looked at the cameras and he seen that I was nowhere around her. I was at the store at the present time that she gave the time that the incident was supposed to happen. So he let me go out of the car that day. And she's bipolar, paranoid, schizophrenic by the state of Louisiana. So it's just was a lot of accusations that she made towards me. And also I was at the Christmas parade with my daughter, and a city police officer seen me, called my name and told me, like, you have to be very careful of this young lady. Say, I'm not gonna do you anything. You let me go then. So therefore, I don't understand where I got in violations at, you know, because I haven't been around her since July the 7th of 2024.
Okay. You failed to make payments toward your supervision fee. How do you plead?
I plead guilty with a statement on that, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us about it.
Okay, on that situation there, by me moving away from with my daughter and the place that I was going to, I had to come up with money to stay there, and therefore that I was working at Benny's Soul Food when I was arrested. That's where I was arrested at, and I was working to make preparations to get my own place to stay and to pay towards my parole, supervision fees, and my child support. But I just had only been out since September the 10th, and I got arrested January the 28th of 26. So I just had been out just a few months, and I was really trying to get on my feet.
I see. Any of my, anyone else have any questions?
Let's see.
I got a question. In the preliminary hearing summary, it says that they had a photo taken of you across the street from the victim's home. What do you have to say about that?
I had no idea of where the victim stayed, sir. The last time me and the victim was together, we was together on Fry Street. But I went to court from Hunts Correctional in June of 25. And on the paperwork that I have, it says Winona Street for the address of her. I had no knowledge of where she was. I have not been around her. I don't know why she's making all these false accusations, but I have not been around her. Like I said, if I was to be released from this situation, I would wear a GPS monitor to let y'all know that I don't go nowhere near her. I don't even want no parts of her in my life. You know, I have not been around the lady. I don't know what's the problem with her instead of making these false accusations, sir.
So basically, you're saying you don't deny that the picture was across the street from a house, but your statement is that you
I don't
didn't
know where her house is. That's the thing of it is. I don't know what area she stays in. I have not even much had no kind of encounter with her since July of 2024.
never seen it,
Sir,
never saw her or anything. You don't know
I
when they
haven't
took
seen her
that
since I
picture.
got out of prison September the 10th. I haven't seen this lady nowhere in sight. So I don't know why she's making false accusations against me because there's been two occasions where if I was in the wrong, I would have got arrested from the Q Mart one day before Thanksgiving and at the Christmas parade on Gushon when I had my daughter with me. So if I was in violations, I think I should have been arrested. But the officer went into the Q Mart on North Street and Foster Drive and looked at the cameras and seen that I was there when he said that he went back to her house and didn't see me nowhere on no camera. So where is her house? I have no idea, sir. And I'm
Okay.
telling you the honest truth.
All right, no more questions.
Yep, I'm I'm wanting to believe you, but I have a problem. The more you get in trouble, the more apt you are to not be believable, I guess you might say. You are a fifth offender. You're on parole for third offense, domestic abuse battery is what you're on parole for, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. And now you're charged with a pretty serious thing of this domestic or this protective order that you violated, but for sure you didn't notify, and you admit that you did not notify probation parole where you were living. And
Well, once I had got out, I had gave that address.
wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Finish. You've been on parole before, I imagine. Have you not?
Yes, sir.
You know the importance of something as simple as telling them where you live, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't do that. So why should we believe these other things when you didn't abide by the simplest rule that there is?
Well, Mr. Prater, I was going through some dramatic changes. I mean, I just had got out September the 10th, and all this here was happening with my daughter and the stuff that was going on in the house. Plus, I lost my whole family. I'm not asking for pity. I'm just asking you to just give me a try. You can put me on GPS monitor or whatever you may have to.
Yes, sure. I feel like we did give you a try, but that's all the questions. I just wanted you to know my concerns and what I was concerned about.
I'd like to go into executive session at this time.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for an executive session to take care of some procedural matters. Got a motion and a second. There's no objection. At 9:06, we will be going into executive session for just a few minutes and we'll be right back.
Yes,
And
sir.
then we'll ask more questions if we need to, or let you know what our decision is.
Yes, sir. I mean, the domestics that's in my jacket is for me taking the lick against the women, what they did me. Coming to jail, trying to keep them down with their children. Well, I pray to God he get me go, man. Yeah, never have a problem. I haven't seen her nowhere, Cap. I swear. I promise I have not seen this lady.
Ready to turn out your way. You know, you ready to get out of here?
Yeah, man, I ain't did this lady nothing. I don't know why, man. I haven't did her anything, bro. Anything. I don't even know where she lived. Oh my God, please hit my cry. I'm even telling them to put me on GPS monitor, let them know I don't even go nowhere near this lady, man. I lost my whole family last year. My brother, my daddy, my mama, and my sister.
Yeah.
And the people that were supposed to be there for me don't look like they even showed up. Jeez, man, I'm so tired of these people getting me stuck in jail like this, man. This lady is bipolar, paranoid, schizophrenic by the state of Louisiana.
You might need to leave Louisiana when it's time for you to get out of here. Find you a job somewhere else doing something in another state or another city. Because if she keep getting you in this trouble, you don't want to be nowhere in the city where she at.
And honest God, man, God knows, bro. I didn't get this woman nothing, bro. I met her in May of 24. June of 24, her car broke down. I paid 11
Okay.
Got a motion and a second to go back into regular session. The time is 9:11 in the morning. And there's no objection, so we are hereby back in regular session. So, Mr. Tillis, I believe it's up to you to either continue questioning or if you're ready to vote.
I have no more questions. Do you all have any? I'm ready to vote then. Mr. Crockett, based on the evidence that we have, the violations, my vote is going to be to deny for violations number 3 and 4. I'm sorry, revoke you for violations for 3 and 4. Thank you.
And what other, sir?
You failed to give an address of your address and you were arrested. They pick you up. Number 4 is violation of current protective order, and you violated a violation of a protective order.
Sir, I never been to court or any.
Thank you. We're voting right now, Mr. Barra.
I'm gonna concur with Mr. Tillis for the same reasons.
Okay, and likewise, I'm going to concur with Mr. Tillis that you be revoked because of violating condition number 3 and violating condition number 4. So as of 9:13 this morning, your parole has been revoked. Thank you and have a good day. Okay, good morning. The time is 9:18. The date is May the 12th of 26. We're continuing our, the Committee on Parole in Baton Rouge, and you can see from our name tags who we are. We're continuing our hearings for the day. This is our second case. We're going to be hearing the case of KAYLA COUTEE GILES. If I'm saying that right, I'm probably not, but that's who we're going to be hearing. Someone with a similar name. Is Miss Giles there?
I am.
Okay, what is your DOC number?
768203.
Okay, and do you have a okay, this is a parole hearing, so I'm sorry, we don't need to hear. It's not a revocation, so I don't need a form to be filled out. Okay, and you are at Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women, and we're going to take it like this. We're going to hear a little bit about what you did. We're going to talk to the warden or representative of the facility there about the kind of person that you've been since they've come to know you. And we're going to let Miss Jane Hogan, your attorney, wrap up things for the support end. Then we will turn it over to the opposition, and we have 3 people that will be speaking in opposition to the parole. And then we will finish that out with the attorney generals. Let's see, Mr. Joseph LeBeau, and he'll finish up, if that's okay with you. Yes. He'll finish it up, and then we'll ask questions and deliberate. So if you would, tell us what you did and why you feel like you're deserving of a parole.
Well, in 2018, I was at a custody exchange. My estranged husband tried to attack me when I was trying to leave. He jerked open my car door, so I shot him. Now, I was convicted of second-degree murder, and the Supreme Court overturned that conviction. It's worth noting that the justice even said that he may have done the same thing, and this was at oral argument. I wasn't charged with obstruction, which is what I'm here for today, until about a year later. And that stemmed from a phone call that I had with my sister, I want to say about a week or so after I was in jail. She asked what to do with a laptop that was in her possession that belonged to me. And she told me the police were not searching my home. So I told her, don't offer something that they're not looking for. My intent was not to obstruct anything or have her delete anything. It was really just so that I could have access to emails and my financial accounts online. I didn't think there was any harm in having access to those accounts. And so anyhow, she had given the computer to a friend of mine who was also taking care of my dog. And fast forward a year later, I get charged with obstruction. The prosecutor, Joseph LeBeau, I did hear him tell my attorney one time that if it were up to him, he would not have charged me with that. That was the doing of the former AG, Pat McGee. So I was kind of shocked that I'd received such a lengthy sentence for just that comment, which to me was harmless. I didn't have any ill intent in keeping, and I wouldn't have, if they would have asked for it, if I would have knew they were looking for it, then that would have been different. But they weren't searching the home, and I didn't feel that there was any need to just hand over the laptop without them asking. And I think it's also worth noting that I had all Apple devices. They had access to my cell phone. There was nothing that was on that laptop they could not view from the phone that was already in their possession. So again, I did not see anything wrong with what I had done.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that rendition, and you're correct. You're not asking for parole on a homicide, and we understand that as a board. Okay, that's not on the table at this particular time. Okay, who would speak on behalf of the facility there? Who would be the one to speak?
It'd be me. I'm Deputy Warden Luke Reams.
Okay, Deputy Warden, would you tell us what she's been like since you've known her and since you've been in custody?
She's been held at LCIW since April of 22. She's completed numerous vocational schools. She's a couple self-help programs, rehabilitation, and she has 0 disciplinary reports. She's currently a medium level custody inmate, and she works in our canteen.
Okay. All right. We appreciate that. Okay, we'll move on to Miss Jane Hogan now. Miss Hogan, would you tell us what you've got?
Thank you, Mr. Prater, and good morning to the board. I've had the pleasure of representing Ms. Giles for a number of years. You are correct, Mr. Prater, that we are not here today for a parole hearing on the murder, which was vacated by the Louisiana Supreme Court. It is worth noting that in that opinion, the Supreme Court found that Ms. Giles, there was no evidence indicating that she was the aggressor, and so therefore giving the jury the aggressor doctrine was prejudicial because it negated a presumption of reasonableness that would have otherwise attached to Ms. Giles's actions, as we have standard ground law in Louisiana. So she's currently presumed innocent of that charge. She is pending a retrial in Rapides Parish. She looks forward to clearing her name for that charge, but we are not here today for that. What we are here for is the obstruction count. And as the warden has indicated, despite the unique circumstances of this case and despite the situation that Ms. Giles has found herself in, she has been a model individual, no disciplinary write-ups. She worked as a mentor in the intensive incarceration program. She took courses in moral compass and obtained a trade in welding. She's currently in the ServSafe class. She worked with the dog program and she worked in commissary for a number of years. So she has proven that she is able to follow rules, that she does not pose a threat. She has a low risk of recidivism if she is granted parole. And I would also like to mention that she has a detainer on her from Rapides Parish where she is pending retrial. So we are asking the board to parole Ms. Giles to that detainer so that this portion of her sentence, and it is also worth noting that the sufficiency of the evidence on the obstruction of justice conviction is currently pending before the Louisiana Supreme Court, as is the reasonableness of her sentence. So we don't yet know whether this obstruction count will be affirmed or will be ultimately vacated. So that is still pending. Also, this case is active on several levels. So what we are asking this court to do, this court has the ability to parole someone to the detainer, and we are asking them to do that. It's also worth noting that I know that the board mentioned that there are multiple people here to speak in opposition. We are not here for murder. We are here for obstruction, which is a victimless crime. So I don't know who all is intending to speak in opposition to Ms. Giles, but I don't know that any of them. I would just caution that any opposition that is noted, that it be confined to the obstruction of justice count. That is why we are here today. So I'd ask the board to grant Ms. Giles's parole request to her detainer so that she can go back to Rapides Parish pending her retrial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hogan, very much. Okay, we have the people here that are going to speak in opposition. We have Thomas COUTEE. Mr. COUTEE, if I'm saying that right, are you
Yes,
going
sir.
to speak to us, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you go to the podium, please, and identify yourself and tell us what you have to say?
Good morning. My name is Thomas COUTEE, September 8th, KAYLA trial. And she murdered Thomas. It's supposed to be a one field day, birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese for my granddaughter's second birthday. It turned out to be the worst day of my life. In Walmart parking lot, during the meeting of to pick up my son's two stepdaughters to go to the birthday party, Geiger shot and killed my son in cold blood in front of the three children.
Hey,
This
could I stop you for just a
Yes,
minute,
sir.
please, sir? I'd like I think we need to go into an executive session, if that's okay with you.
I'll second it.
They got a motion and a second and no opposition to an executive session. We're going to step to the back for just a moment and discuss a procedural matter that has to do with the taking of this testimony. Anyway, at the time it's 9:27 and we're going to step to the back for just a moment. Okay, the time is 9:38. Could I have a motion to get back into regular
I
session?
move that we go back to a regular session.
Got a motion and a second, no objection. So at 9:38, we're back in regular session. And, sir, if you would go ahead and continue your testimony and,
So. That is the moment. That is the moment my life changed forever since that day. I've been filled with sadness, anger, and grief. Thomas's death has left me the emptiness inside that will haunt me the rest of my days. Miss him so much. He was my only son, my child, and my friend. Well, KAYLA was out on bail awaiting the murder trial. She was granted permission by the judge to visit her son in Oklahoma. Only KAYLA didn't go to see her son. Instead, she went to see one of her daughters who's a witness to the murder. Because she violated a court's order, her bond was revoked for contempt of court. On that same night, after leaving the state on February 7th, 2020, her house burned down. The fire marshal's office ruled the fire as intentionally set and suspicious of arson. It is still under investigation today. It was later found out that there was a suspicious fire at her house previous in Oklahoma during a divorce of her husband back in 2013. Later, in October 2020, when she was out on bail again, she was arrested and charged with felony identity theft, felony money laundering, government benefit fraud, and criminal conspiracy. Stealing the identities of approximately 25 people or more to file for fraudulent COVID-19 related unemployment claims valued at approximately $300,000. KAYLA went to trial, and on January 29th, she was found guilty of second-degree murder, obstruction of justice. She was sentenced to life prison without parole plus 30 years. Because of appeals, she has been granted a retrial, and the trial is still pending. KAYLA is the definition of a sociopath. She is a danger to society with no regard for the law. To this day, she has shown no remorse for the murder of my son. Excuse me. Everything she does is for one or two goals: money or revenge. And I guarantee you that if she gets out on parole, she will strike again. And I say she will strike again. For this reason, I'm asking the parole board to keep KAYLA locked up pending her upcoming murder trial. Thank you.
thank you, sir. Sorry for your loss. Okay, let's hear from Miss Pamela Lafargue.
Dear honorable members of the parole board, I want to begin by introducing myself. I'm Pamela QT Lafargue. I was born and raised in Baton Rouge, went to LSU, graduated with a BS in finance. I am Tommy QT's first cousin. His son, Thomas Jr., I refer to him as T. How long have I known him? I've known him this long. This is a picture of his birth announcement. August the 17th, 1988. T was more than family. He was more to my family than just our cousin. To my husband Craig and I, he was more like a son. We live in Baton Rouge, but we would visit family often in Alexandria and Pineville. We would stay in a hotel, and every time we drove up, T was already there waiting on us. He would stay with us for the whole weekend. He was 5 and 6 years older than my girls, but they grew up feeling he was more like their big brother. He was a blessing to us all. Doing research on what I was going to say, I came across Marcy's Law that gives victims the opportunity to be heard at a parole hearing, so here I am. Very glad to have found this because sometimes it seems like the defendant has more rights than the victims. I still remember the day I got the call. I was out at LSU tailgating for an LSU football game. Had to walk away to be able to hear the call. Fell to my knees and began wailing in disbelief. He was the kindest, sweetest, compassionate, happy, honest, hardworking, funny, loving person who will never be replaced. There will never be another. He was so special. MMA was brought up at the trial. It has nothing to do with anger. It is merely a sport. He is a lover, not a fighter. He loved deeply, whether it was his daughter, family, racing, friends, or work. He touched so many. He will live on in our hearts and our memories. It is so hard for me to describe the overwhelming emotion Tommy T's dad has felt since the day of the shooting. He's not the person he used to be. A part of him died that day alongside T. He's been grieving this whole entire time. His job now is to make sure he gets the justice we all deserve for our loss. Then maybe, just maybe, he can start to heal. I think closure for Tommy will be when he sees God's face. What do I want from this hearing? I want her to remain behind bars. The defendant gave T a life sentence, so that is what we want in return. Giles has shown time and time again that she doesn't respect or think she has to follow the laws. The obstruction charge accuses her of intentionally removing and hiding a bag from her house that had electronic evidence with the specific intent of distorting the results of investigating into the shooting. When investigators finally got the laptop, they found someone had been using it to search information of Louisiana's stand your ground and justifiable homicide laws. She fatally shot my 30-year young cousin in the chest that pierced his heart. She said she was scared because he called her the B word. She didn't even try to help him. T respected and would never put hands on a woman, or any woman. It is also reported that none of the 3 girls were injured. Well, I beg to differ. Those girls will forever remember that day and the horror they witnessed. And poor Tessa, Dee's daughter, she will always remember that her birthday as the same day her daddy was taken from her. Here are more examples of Giles not following the rules and laws. A gag order exists in her case, and she still passed a letter to KALB TV through her sister. She wanted to contact media about the case, and the letter contained information concerning the case. Giles asked her friend of 17 years to borrow her gun to shoot T. Her friend testified to that. Also, there was evidence of Giles' recorded jail phone calls, one saying that she would leave the state if she got out of jail. She tried to conceal evidence of premeditation in a case in which she claimed self-defense. State rule A fire was intentionally set at Pineville home of Giles and Thomas Jr. She had misused funds from the victim's account before his death. She also was granted permission to leave the state of Louisiana to visit her son and his father in Oklahoma. This did not include visiting one of her daughters who witnessed the shooting. Identity theft, domestic violence, and bragging on it, she said, quote, "Knocked the shit out of Thomas. It felt good though," end quote. Government benefits fraud, money laundering, tried opening a daiquiri bar when she was out on bond, and one condition was that she not visit bars or casinos, and on and on and on. I believe that there is undue risk that if she gets out on probation, Giles will commit another crime. The defendant is in need of correctional treatment, and a lesser sentence will deprecate the seriousness of her crimes. She was involved in multiple incidents for which sentences have not been imposed. Attorney General at the time, but now Governor of Louisiana, Jeff Landry, issued the following statement after his office obtained a conviction of KAYLA Giles on charges of second-degree murder and obstruction of justice. Quote, "Today, justice was served to KAYLA Giles by a jury of her peers in Rapides Parish. I pray her conviction provides some healing and closure to the victim's family. My office and I remain committed to doing all that we can to make Louisiana a safer place to work, live, worship, and raise families." Even Louisiana Attorney General Liz Morrell commented on the Supreme Court when they vacated the second-degree murder conviction.
Excuse me, Mr. Farr, would you kind of wrap it up for us, please? We got some other witnesses.
Okay. So once again, the outcome we hope for today is her parole to be denied and for her to maintain the maximum sentence. Thank you in advance for your consideration.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. I'm sorry for your loss also. Okay, Mr. Joseph LeBeau. Well, excuse me, not Megan Wiggins. Megan, would you talk to us, please?
Thank you. I'm writing this letter regarding the hearing for KAYLA Giles, who was convicted of serious crimes including obstruction of justice, identity theft, and is currently waiting trial for the murder of my brother Thomas Jr. As a victim of myself and a family member of Thomas, I feel compelled to express my deep concerns about the possibility of granting parole to me. The gravity of KAYLA's actions cannot be overstated. The obstruction of justice signifies a blatant disregard for the legal process and the pain caused by the crime, while the identity theft highlights a troubling pattern of deceit and exploitation. Most alarmingly, the ongoing trial for my brother's murder casts a shadow of doubt and fear over the prospect of her release. The death of my identity was an egregious violation that has caused my years of distress and complications. Beyond the immediate toll, I have faced practical challenges, including damage to my credit, legal and taking my wages garnished, and ongoing anxiety about my personal security. The effects of KAYLA's actions are still affecting me today. My credit report has not been clear. My wages are still being garnished. The implications of identity theft is far-reaching, affecting not only my financial setting, but also my sense of safety and trust the world around me. Moreover, KAYLA's actions the day my brother died should not be overlooked. She put her own children at risk of being harmed as well as having them witness her shoot Thomas. My brother's baby girl has lost her mama and her daddy that day on her second birthday. She will never have a happy birthday because of KAYLA's selfish actions. She will never know how much her daddy loved her other than what we told her because she was so young and he was taken away from her. While my brother lay dying in the parking lot, she was making calls to get rid of her computer and other evidence. KAYLA shows no remorse or anything about her actions that day. I ask you to please think about that baby girl and the other two girls witnessing that heinous act of violence from their mother that day when considering her eligibility for parole. Releasing KAYLA back into the community posed a risk not only to those who are connected to my brother, but to the public at large. The emotional and psychological toll that my family has endured since T's death is immeasurable, and safety remains of paramount concern. As a victim of her actions, I ask you to consider the severity of KAYLA's crimes and the impact of her actions that have had on my family and as well as her own children in the community. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I trust that you'll make a decision that prioritizes justice and safety to our community.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And Mr. Joseph LeBeau. And if you wrap up those in opposition, we appreciate it, sir.
Thanks, sir. As members of the board, I'll try to keep my comments as brief as possible. I just want to start by saying that the suggestion that obstruction of justice has nothing to do with the underlying crime, and that it's a victimless crime, is both offensive and legally inaccurate. In fact, the sentence for obstruction of justice differs depending on what that underlying crime is. In this case, the defendant was convicted, has been found guilty by a jury, and twice by the Third Circuit Court of Appeals agreed that the evidence was sufficient of obstructing justice by tampering with evidence linking to the homicide. So I do think the homicide is wrong. I'm not going to go through the entire facts of that homicide. Needless to say, the state will absolutely retry that murder. And it is in fact pending as we speak. I think more importantly though is the statement of the defendant. Gentlemen on the parole board, you saw a person who has taken no responsibility for her actions, despite being convicted, has no remorse, and in fact has shown a propensity that she will in fact reoffend if granted. She was convicted while on bond, violated multiple court orders, and is continuing to deny any wrongdoing in this case. And I think that is the most important thing for the parole board to consider. There are alternative forms of relief here that are more appropriate. In fact, there is an appeal pending that Ms. Giles is pursuing. I think we should allow the Louisiana Supreme Court to make the decision as to whether or not that appeal is granted, and that the parole board should defer to the courts and allow that alternative form of relief. Alternatively, she's also eligible for good time at a date in the future. Less than 7 years into a 30-year sentence is not early enough. It would deprecate the seriousness of the offense. The fact that she was trying to hide premeditation evidence, communications regarding violence towards the victim of the homicide, as well as evidence of committing other crimes against the victim. So, gentlemen of the parole board, I would ask that you deny Ms. Giles' parole today and have her continue to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. And that concludes those that are going to be speaking in favor of this parole and those in opposition of parole. And we'll continue with Mr. Barra, who the case is assigned to him, to see if he's got any further questions or if he is ready for a.
Not many questions, but we also have in opposition here at headquarters, Miriam COUTEE. We have also Jesmo Jones, opposition. We have Tucker Pearson with the AG's office, who's opposed and not speaking. We have Renee Weeks, who is opposed but not speaking. We have Catherine Pearson, who's opposed and not speaking, and Jeff Trailer, who's opposed and not speaking. Also in the case, we have real strong opposition from the law enforcement back in the Alexandria area and Baton Rouge area. And we have a strong letter from the Attorney General's office noting reasons why this parole request should be denied. I read through the case and all the reports, and I really don't have any questions additional. Does anyone else?
Mr. Gillis, any questions?
I have no questions.
All right. Without any further questions, I'll cast the first vote since it's assigned to me, and I vote to deny this request because of the law enforcement opposition and the continued threat to public safety and victim opposition.
All right, Mr. Gillis.
My vote also is to deny, same as Mr. Barra.
Okay, and my vote is to deny also. I don't think that near enough time has been served on a 30-year sentence to begin with, and that's what I base my decision on, along with the opposition that's been mentioned. So as of today at 9:58, your parole has been denied. Thank you.
They have a special.
Be quiet.
Okay, good morning. Good.
Good
Uh,
morning.
We've been conducting hearings from Baton Rouge here at the Department of Corrections all morning. This is the Committee on Parole. You can see from our name tags who we are, so I won't introduce ourselves. And we're talking to folks at David Wade Correctional Center, and we're talking to Mr. Shawn Foster. Mr. Foster, is that you I'm looking at?
Yes, sir. Foster. Yes, sir.
Foster? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And what's your DOC number?
360526.
Okay, and we're here for a parole hearing. And so what we want to do is we want to hear a little bit from you about what you did and what you've done since then. And then we want to hear from the warden about your activity that you've done there, and since they've been exposed to you. And then we'll move on to some questions. Mr. Barra has your case, and we're going to hear from three people: Louisiana Parole Project, your mother, and your fiance, who will be speaking on your behalf also. And they're all. So let's go ahead and start and hear what you got to say.
Since I've been incarcerated, I've obtained my GED. I've obtained trade and welding, CPR, navigators, Tyro, living in balance phases 1 and 2, risk management, anger management, cage your rage, navigators, 12-step program, NAAA. I'm a sponsor over NAAA. I'm in a club, JC's. Welding, I have trade and welding. I've been a farrier, shoeing horses in Angola and the Percherons. I help an old guy in the dorm now. That's what I've been doing lately, and that's what I do.
Okay. All right. Tell us, we'll let Mr. Barra get into that. Warden, what kind of fella has he been since you've known him?
Good morning. Sean's no problem here. He hasn't had a write-up in almost 3 years. He has, I think, 42 total in his 32 years of incarceration. He's been with us since 2022. Like he said, one of his jobs is to assist with the elderly and handicapped in their dormitory, and he does a really good job with that. I do think he went up in 21 and had some conditions placed on him in regards to receiving substance abuse treatment, and he has completed all of the substance abuse treatment since that hearing, and is, like he said, currently heavily involved in AANA and not a disciplinary problem here at David Wade.
Okay, thank you, Warden. We appreciate that. Let's hear from your mother first off, Miss Marion DeRoche.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Sean's mother, and I lost Sean when he was a young child. And over the years, I have watched him grow. I feel Sean could be a very productive citizen, and I think he could really do good if just given that chance.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that input. Let's hear from your fiance, Jessica Hendon. Jessica, would you talk to us, please?
Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. 32 years is a lifetime, and in that time, he has truly transformed. He doesn't deny or minimize his past. He carries it with deep understanding and regret, but he has spent every day since working to become a better man. He has grown into someone patient, thoughtful, and grounded. He has taken responsibility for his action and has shown through consistent behavior and personal change that he is no longer the person who entered the system decades ago. What he wants is simple: the chance to live the life with purpose, peace, and accountability. He has a strong support system waiting for him, ready to help him build a stable, meaningful life. He is not asking for freedom without responsibility. He is asking for the opportunity to prove the man he has become. After 32 years, I believe in his change with all my heart. I ask you to consider the person he is today and allow him to have the chance to move forward in the community as a better man he worked so hard to become. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay,
Let
thank
me
you.
ask a question. How long have you known him?
Since 1989.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that's everybody that's going to be speaking in favor. There is no opposition that is going to be speaking today. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Barra for questioning and wrap it up.
All right, Mr. Foster, tell us, what did you do to get yourself in jail and why you think we should release you on parole? Second part of it, two-part question.
I committed second-degree murder, sir. And I was at a very young age when I done it. I didn't understand consequence. And I'm deeply regret taking a man's life. I wish I could go back and do it again and change it, the outcome, but I can't. All I could do is move forward.
And why do you think we should be releasing you?
Because I'm not that child anymore that acts on impulse. I'm a mature man now with a pretty good education. And I feel like I can make a good citizen in society.
Tell us about that last disciplinary report you had on January 13th, 2023, and number 5 for aggravated disobedience. What was that about?
It's because my bed was not made, sir. In David Wade, you have a time that your bed has to be made in the mornings, and mine wasn't made on time, so I was written up.
Aggravated disobedience for a bed warrant, is that true?
Yes, sir, that is correct. The write-up states that he was given a verbal order and refused to comply, so the bed wasn't made, so he did receive an aggravated disobedience, and that was in January 13th of 23.
Right. And then since your last hearing, you had 5 more reports. You had one on 9/22/21. You had one on 2/13/22 and another one on 8/15/22. Contraband. What was the contrabands?
Failed drug screen, sir.
Failing drug screen.
Yes, sir.
That's concerning.
Sir, I had an addiction.
No, you're coming up for another hearing. Why would you continue to use drugs in jail?
Well, because I had an addiction at the time, sir. The parole board, sir?
Don't have it anymore?
No, sir, I don't. I have it under control through classes, the classes that I've taken here, and through mentorship, I have it under control, sir.
So, what's your sobriety plan if we release you? What you gonna do to stay that way? Now have more access to all of that stuff if you get out?
No, I'm gonna continue my AA meetings. I know the risk factors now, and it's just not something I want in my life anymore. I've been down that road. It was something I've done in prison, became addicted to it, and I've overcome it. It's not something I'll go back to. But I will continue my sobriety meetings if allowed to be released.
What was the longest treatment, substance abuse treatment that you've completed so far?
I'm still in substance abuse treatment, sir. I go to NAAA weekly.
I'm talking about like
Living in
constant.
Living in balance, sir. Phase 1 and 2.
How long?
Course.
How long did that take you to do those 2?
6 months.
Total?
Yes, sir.
And how long
6
ago
months.
was complete those? Approximately.
Yeah, it's 6 months for phase 1 and 6 months.
That's 6
for
months
phase
apiece.
2.
It's 1 year course.
So
I didn't explain that right to you.
completed that in 2010, 2019, 2026.
No, I completed that in 2025.
Five.
Last year.
I don't have any other questions, but I will note for the record that you have a low tiger risk score and that your victim's brother has told the VAC that they would leave it up to the parole board. They're not gonna have any opposition or not. They're just gonna leave it up to us to determine. That's all the questions.
Okay, I saved the best for last. I seem to forget Mr. Myers every time, but that's because I like to take him last. But anyway, Mr. Myers, I apologize again for always not calling on you, but what can you offer, and especially as it relates to the substance abuse that we just talked about?
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here on behalf of Shawn Foster. As you know, Shawn was 15 years old when he committed this crime. It was senseless. It's the type of crime that the Supreme Court considered when ruling on the Miller-Montgomery decisions, that children make really bad decisions sometimes. Shawn fired a weapon without any real intent to hit the victim, but he did. And that's exactly what happens when children make bad decisions. However, as you can see, Shawn has done a lot of work, programming, employability through welding. He has worked on his addiction, particularly recently, as you just heard. He has given back to his community through CPR and JCs. He's been trained as a tier walker. So he recognizes that giving back is something that is not just something that would be required. It's something that you do because you have that inside of you that you want to give back. We're prepared to give Shawn the support systems that he needs. He'll be evaluated. Should he be released, he'll be evaluated by our social workers and screened for any additional substance abuse treatment, whether that includes intensive outpatient program to continue his sobriety. That is probably the most important thing to him and his success right now. We're prepared to give Shawn the support systems that he needs, in addition to the support that he already has. Obviously, the board knows our program. He will, after Shawn spent 2/3 of his life incarcerated. He was 15 and he served 32 years. He's now 48 years old. That's literally 2/3 of his life. So he's going to need the programming. He's going to need the support system. He's going to need the mentoring that Parole Project can provide. And we're well aware of this. So Shawn's going to have to learn a world he's not going to recognize when he gets released. We're prepared to keep Shawn for a minimum of 1 year to make sure that Shawn complies with any recommendations on drug treatment, on any other conditions this board might set. Shawn's done the work. Shawn is now 48 years old. He is employable. He's got a potential future ahead of him. You've heard from his family. You've heard from his fiance. We believe Shawn can succeed, and we'll do everything in our power to ensure that Shawn succeeds. So we ask this board to consider those things today and grant his parole.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Monroe, do you have any other questions?
Oh. The mother speak.
Yeah, the mother spoke first.
I wouldn't say the deputy, I'm saying.
I don't think I've got anybody
The
else.
Beyonce spoke to. I want a question. Mr. Foster, how long have you been engaged?
Since 2001.
2001. What are your plans if released? What do you plan to do?
Well, I plan to do the transition program with the Parole Project and then go home to Jessica and live with her and go to work as a valve tech helper with my brother.
Okay, and you plan to continue the program with drugs?
Yes, sir. Mr. Myers informed me that he'll set it up for me to where I'll have weekly meetings for the next year at least. And then from there, I'd like to become a sponsor as I do in David Wade.
Thank you.
why are you at David Wade and not at Angola? What caused that transfer?
When they shut the West Yard down, the space was needed, or the lack of space in Angola. They had to transfer a bunch of people out, and I was able to come to David Wade.
Okay. I'm just curious how that worked. I don't have anything else.
Yes, sir.
Questions, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, Mr. Barra?
All right, Mr. Foster, considering your low tiger score, low risk determination, and your victim's family saying leaving it up to us, I'm gonna go ahead and grant your parole request today with a couple of special conditions that you already said you take anything we put on you, so listen good, because this is important. Grant to the parole project for 1 year minimum, that you continue in a long-term outpatient substance abuse, IOP, like he referred to, intensive outpatient, for a minimum of 6 months. I don't care if they tell you you don't have a problem, still go 6 months.
Sure.
And
No
that
problem.
you attend AA and NA weekly, like you already said you were gonna do. And you be randomly drug screened with a 0 tolerance. If you remember anything, remember this. I'm putting a 0 tolerance condition on you. That means first positive drug screen, you're coming back to the board. And if I'm here, I'm gonna remind you of this conversation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good luck to you. Hope you're successful. Well, hold on. I'm just one vote. You still got these other guys.
Cliff, what do you think?
My vote is to grant, same as Mr. Barra.
With the same conditions that,
Yes.
okay? And likewise, I will concur with that and vote to grant and with the same conditions, those pretty stringent conditions. And you got a lot to do. Got a lot to do. So anyway, good luck with it and thank y'all.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. It's still morning time. It's 10:34. Today's date is May the 12th of 2026. We're continuing these hearings from Baton Rouge. You can see from our name tags who we are. And we are speaking to David Wade Correctional Center, and we appreciate y'all hosting us. And we're wanting to talk to Mr. Gabriel Logan. Mr. Logan, is that you?
Yes, sir. That's me. How you doing this morning?
Good, fine. What is your DOC number?
425-940.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And we want to hear from you and the warden, find out what you've been doing, what got you there and what you've been doing since you've been there. Want to hear from the warden what kind of fellow you are. And then we'll go into hearing from Kerry Myers, Louisiana Parole Project. He'll be the one to speak on in favor. And then we'll speak to Leona Fitzgerald, who is with the DA's office, the Caddo Victim Assistance Coordinator. And she'll be speaking in opposition. So having said that, Mr. Logan, go ahead and tell us what got you there and what you've done since you've been there.
Well, what got me here, first of all, was on January the 4th, 1998. I made the horrible decision to participate in a robbery that led to an innocent man, by all accounts, a good man, Mr. Jarvis Griffin, being killed in the commission of that robbery. What have I done since I've been? Well, the first thing that I did was I spent a lot of years running away from that night. Running away from what I did, running away from my guilt, not taking accountability. And it took a lot of time. It took a lot of, a lot of took a lot of prayer from my mother and others. Took a lot of looking within myself and learning who I am. Stop trying to live up to environmental expectations of being what we was told, what we was taught to be was good, which was to be hard, to be gangsters. Took a lot of time to break out of those stereotypes, that mentality. But when I was able to, I later spent a lot of time trying to reach others, trying to help others. Teaching educational courses, self-help programs, trying to help other people get on the right path and not stay stuck in the pit hole that I was in for so long. I tried helping myself become the man I wanted to be, become the man that my mother raised me to be. Hopefully I achieved that.
Okay. Well, we appreciate that. We'll have some more questions for you in a little bit. Warden, tell me about this fellow a little bit.
Okay, well, Gabriel's been incarcerated for 28 years and he's been here since September of 2022. He's only had one write-up since he's been here, which was an aggravated disobedience for talking too loudly in the TV area. And that was in January of 23, and he hasn't had any write-ups since then. Gabriel's an inmate. He's a leader within his peer population. He's the vice president of 2 different organizations. He sits on the board of the Lifers organization, and he also is a representative for the Inmate Council board. So he has I believe he has a good characteristic because he advocates and he mentors for the younger population that's here. I think with his experience and personal transformation that he's been through in regards to his behavior. I think he takes advantage of that, and he does mentors the younger population here and just advocate for them to learn, different skill sets, learn about their the legal process, etc. So he is no problem here whatsoever in regards to his behavior. He's recently participated in several of the community service projects that we had with St. Jude and the Feed My Starving Children organization. He was an active participant in both of those. And we did forward an updated list of his certifications and classes completed on yesterday. I hope that y'all received that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Warden. We appreciate that and getting that to us. Mr. Myers, would you tell us what you have to offer?
Yes, good morning again. Kerry Myers, the Louisiana Parole Project, here for Gabriel Logan. Again, Gabriel was 16 years old, considered a juvenile lifer when this crime was committed. He recognizes that his participation in this crime and how long it took for him to come to full accountability. That is what comes with maturity. It's again exactly why the U.S. Supreme Court looked at juveniles as different, because they have the opportunity to mature, grow. And if you can look at Gabriel's programming, as the warden said, his community service, how he gives back to his community, the courses he's taken. Look, one of the things he did, he earned a GED in 2023. He continued to work on things that he could have easily let that go, but he stayed with it consistently. He has a support system. Parole Project is also here to support him. Whatever this board would determine would be appropriate, we are prepared to help Gabriel through this transition into a world he does not recognize. He's not going to recognize. Again, he was 16 years old and 28 years have now gone by. We're very prepared to help Gabriel through those challenges and through those obstacles so that he can become a fully functioning member of society. He does have skills. He is at an age where he's very employable. He'll get an evaluation by our social workers to determine if there's any specific needs, and we'll ensure that he would follow those needs. We would ask that this board look at particularly Gabriel's community service, his programming, and the fact that he's in his maturity, as you heard from his own words, how he has come to self-reckoning. And we'd ask this board to consider this and grant his parole today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Myers. Thank you for what you and your organization does. We appreciate that. Let's move on to the opposition. And Leona Fitzgerald. Miss Leona, good morning.
Good morning to the board. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. My name is Leona Fitzgerald, and I represent District Attorney James Stewart and the Caddo Parish District Attorney's Office. We, of course, oppose parole for Mr. Logan, and there are a lot of reasons why. Starting just with the facts of this case. I'm not going to go back through the facts, but I just want to make sure or impress upon the board Mr. Logan's role in the murder of Jarvis Griffin. After Jarvis was shot by the co-defendant, Corey Williams, Mr. Logan was the one who ran over to his car that had crashed into a neighboring house, dragged Jarvis's body out of the driver's seat onto the ground, rifled through his pockets, and then went into the car and took a money bag and a pizza and left the scene. When the EMS arrived to the scene, Mr. Jarvis Griffin was lying on the ground. You could tell he'd been dragged from his vehicle, left like a bag of trash after being robbed of, I think it was $20 and a pizza. So this is a very egregious murder that was committed. Mr. Logan provided the gun. He helped hide the gun afterwards. So I was really unimpressed honestly, with his statement that he made, there was no, he made a little precursory remark about making an awful decision, and I certainly agree with that, but there was no acknowledgement of Mr. Griffin's family. There was no, I'm sorry for what I did. I wish I had not taken a man's life. I mean, I really wanted to hear something like that he's sorry that a 26-year-old is dead. But didn't get that. So, I'm sure the board's aware that Mr. Logan was under house arrest, supposedly for a juvenile crime at the time that he was out robbing and participating in the murder of Jarvis Griffin. There is strong opposition from all of law enforcement, including the sentencing judge in the case or his representative now. Mr. Logan actually accrued 2 more convictions while he was in our local jail awaiting trial for this crime. He was convicted in 99 of an incident where he headbutted a deputy at the jail, and got convicted of that. And then he also was convicted in 99 of simple battery on a fellow inmate, where he tampered with the lock on a cell door so he could get out and then beat the fellow inmate with a brush. So I also noted that Mr. Logan received his HISET in 2023, and he took victim awareness in June of 2024. If that's correct, that is not impressive that it took him from 1998 to 2023 and 24 to take victim awareness and to get a high school equivalency degree. But let's talk about Jarvis Griffin, the reason why we're here and why Jarvis is not here. This was my case at the time. He had a lovely family, a loving family who came to court. They sat through the trial, they testified, and we got to hear about Jarvis and his close family. He was not married. He didn't have children of his own, but he had a brother and a sister, and he had 3 nieces and nephews who were small children, and he spent a lot of time with them and spoiled them, according to the family. So they ranged from 2 to 7 years old when this happened. Imagine having to explain to your 2, 5, and 7-year-old why Uncle Jarvis has been ripped from your life. And the family spoke of how often they would get together. They all got along and loved each other and had lots of family gatherings. Jarvis was always there. And so this was a huge loss to this family that they're still dealing with to this day. And if you read the letter, the report from Kristen Parsons from the board who reached out, she was able to make contact with Miss Betty Davis, Jarvis's aunt, who sat through the trial. And she stated that she is 84 years old now. This lady's 84 years old, and she's still having to deal with being contacted about this case and relive this tragedy in her life. She said herself, I'm too old to be dealing with this. She wanted to make sure the board knew that Jarvis's family does not think it's fair and that Mr. Logan should serve his life sentence. She said, those boys killed my nephew for $20 and a pizza. So I can't really say it any better than Miss Betty Davis said, and I think that her opinion and the family should weigh heavily on the board's decision. So about Mr. Logan's disciplinary record, it was quite impressive, but not in a good way. 95 write-ups. I mean, yes, he's managed to go for about 3 years now since his last one, but he racked up 94 before that. So he's averaged almost 4 infractions a year since he's been incarcerated. Everything from contraband to disobedience, defiance. And he's had, since 2020, he's had 6 infractions. To me, that's unacceptable for someone who is asking to be considered for parole. So here we are. considering whether or not Mr. Logan should be paroled. And parole is a privilege we firmly believe that should not be earned easily. And so here we have a man who I noted in a report that his institutional record was fair. That was on April 1st of this year, fair. His work evaluation from his work supervisor was all good. It was all checked good, but not excellence. For things like attitude, follows directions. I also read a very disturbing mental health record. I don't know if that's going to come up. An evaluation where this was just recently started a couple of years ago and was added to just last month, where he stated that he was actually trying to help the delivery man when he walked over to the car. And that Logan is persistent in maintaining his innocence. I don't know where that comes from, but I hope he didn't really say those things. So we've got 95 disciplinary write-ups. We've got the murder of a young man with a bright future, a loving family, who he was under house arrest at the time. He basically has never lived a productive life of conformity with society's rules, and who sat in prison for 25 years before he got around to obtaining a high school diploma. So if I ask myself, does it make sense to release Gabriel Logan? It is a resounding no. We want to be wowed by somebody who is asking to be considered for parole for murdering another human being, and we are not wowed. And so this DA's office believes that Mr. Logan needs to stay where he is and try to prove that he can conform and follow the rules for more than 3 years. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Logan.
Yes, sir.
What about the victim and the victim family? I didn't even say much about that. I know you got upset, you know, when you were talking to us and all, but tell us a little bit about victim impact, what you learned.
Well, the first thing I would say is the victim's family have every right to feel just the way they feel, because it isn't fair that they lost their son a month before his 27th birthday. It isn't fair that a mother had to lose her child. And I personally know how it feels to lose a child to robbery and murder. So I definitely empathize with that. I know how it feels to have someone ripped away from you. Nieces, nephews, losing someone that's been good to them. That's who they've known since they was a child. And to have someone they love so much just ripped away from them in a horrible way that their uncle was ripped away from them is inexcusable. I was a terrible young man. It did take me a long time to get my life together. It took me a long time to start making better decisions with my life. I also understand how it feels to be hurt. I know how it feels to cry at night after losing someone, especially someone like Jarvis, especially an innocent man that had everything ripped away from him and he didn't deserve it. I know what it feels like. It was also horrible for me. The second most horrible decision I made in my life was to participate in that robbery, was to agree to participate in that robbery and do the things that I did. But the most horrible decision I made in my life was to run away and leave that innocent man on the ground, bleeding and dying and not staying to help. That was the most worst decision I made in my life. It doesn't make it any easier to say that I wasn't accused of being the trigger man, because I was just as guilty as the trigger man. I was just as guilty. I was just as wrong. I was just as despicable. All of that is a given. But I spent every moment since, especially in these last like 5 years trying to make better of myself. Even before that, after being involved in taking a life, I started taking CPR, trying to learn how to save lives because I witnessed too many people dying in prison. I don't even have a drug problem. And I graduated from 12 steps because I witnessed too many people overdosing on heroin and fentanyl and different drugs of that nature. So I started dedicating my life, taking steps towards sustaining life and helping give life and taking lives and participating in activity to take people's lives away. No, I don't have an exemplary record. I don't have a perfect record. I can't sit before this board and tell you, since I made the worst decision of my life, that I've been a Boy Scout since, that I've made the right decision right after that, because I didn't. I continue making horrible decisions after that. I continue making immature decisions after that. I didn't take a course that taught me overnight how to just be good, how to just be right. I have learned experiences. I have bumped my head time and time again. It took me, myself, saying, Gabriel, you're wrong. Enough is enough. You got to get your life right. You got to do better. And when I saw the picture of my son lying there, bleeding to death and dead on the ground, I not only saw my son, I saw Jarvis. And I definitely felt how his family felt in that moment. I know what it felt like to grieve over a child. And I know that grandmother, that great aunt, I know how she feels knowing that someone that killed her son is about to be, well, this person is still running free. That doesn't change their hurt. But I remember when my mom tell me that God won't waste a hurt. So I'm trying not to let Jarvis's death be in vain. I'm trying to go do better for the community and other youngsters coming behind me that's doing the exact same thing that we done when I was young. And I'm trying to help them see that's not the right way to go. Taking other people's lives, being reckless with your opportunity to live a good life. At least I'm trying to go try to make a different change than the one that I made.
All right. Well, congratulations on on what you got in your sights. I think that's a admirable thing. I sure do. But you got a question?
I'd like to go into executive session.
I got a motion.
I got a question before the executive session. You had a lot of time to think about it. Why did y'all do that? You said you didn't have a drug problem, so it wasn't for drug money. What, y'all just wanted to, why did y'all do it?
Well, I don't have an excuse. I was over there, like we lived in some apartments and I worked at Burger King. I was going to my grandmother's house to wash clothes when I was invited to Renee's house to eat pizza. She said they were about to order pizza. So while I was in the house, they came and said, Gabriel, your friends out there calling for you. So when I go outside, they were like, look, we're about to ride the pizza man. Without thinking twice, I said, okay. And I went right along with the plan. I have no excuses. There was no real reason of saying I'm broke, I'm hungry, I'm like, on my part, no excuse. Stupidity.
All right. And you just heard Miss Leon talk about, she never heard you say you're sorry. In your long thing right there, I never heard you say you're sorry either.
Well, and you're right. In the middle of me speaking, yes, I can say that I'm more than sorry. I'm beyond sorry. I am sorry. But over the course of years, this is what I've heard a lot. Saying I'm sorry is just an excuse. Saying I'm sorry is things that people use to try to manipulate, to try to make it sound like. So, but not only am I sorry, but I've shown my sorrowness by correcting that, trying to do better for myself and for others, and trying to rectify that horrible decision I made. But for the record, I'm most definitely sorry. I'm more than sorry.
So before we go into executive, may I ask one, did I read this report correct? That the man that actually, the boy, I call him boy, he was, how old was the co-defendant?
Or he was 16 as well.
Okay, 16, wasn't a man then. So he's 16 and he's the one that did the shooting and he was released in 2018.
Yes, yes, sir. He been on.
I'm trying to figure out how that happened. I understand he was allowed to take a plea bargain there in Caddo Court, I guess, and he was allowed to plead to manslaughter.
Yes, sir.
And they released him the next day.
Yes,
and I'm
sir.
just trying to figure out how that happened. Do you know how that happened, or?
Well, okay. I was told not to bring this up, but since we're going on that, the district attorney, after 20 years, changed their stance. They went from saying I gave him the gun to commit the robbery and the killing, and he did it. And they saying that he didn't do the killing. They're saying one of the older guys that was on the scene did the killing. And they say he was principal to manslaughter and obstruction of justice from removing the gun from the crime scene.
Okay. Okay, I was just curious because it seemed awfully. And never mind, I won't get into all that. But, okay, that's all the questions I had. So we have a motion for an executive session.
Yes.
And we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there is no opposition. So at 11:01, we're going to go into the into executive session. Okay. It's 11:09 and we need a motion to go back into regular session.
So move.
Okay, got a motion and a second, and there is no objection. And we're to the point now to where it's time to vote, but we can, if there's any other questions. Board, there is a question. Would you explain his discipline history? That's where I am. I'm trying to decide what kind of discipline history he's got in the last 5 years. And how serious it.
Okay, let me pull it up real quick. Yes, sir. He you know, Miss Fitzgerald was right. She has his record. Obviously he has 95 write-ups in 28 years. So, I mean, you know, that's, I think she said 4 write-ups a month or something like that. So he did, I mean, he did have a significant record, which I do believe that he acknowledged since he's been here, which has been since September of 2022. He's had 1 rule violation, and that was for talking too loudly. And in regards to the last 5 years, what you would see in his record.
Well, that's okay since he's been with you is good enough for me.
Right.
Since 22.
Yes, sir. And I also wanted to elaborate on the programming. I understand that it is a little bit confusing stating that he did not get involved until the last 2 years. However, he was on a waiting list. He did sign up as soon as he got here, but at the time they were prioritizing based on the eligibility date. So, you know, he didn't come up right away to be able to participate in those classes until the time that he entered those.
Okay, so there is another side to the story as usual. Okay.
I mean, he's completed just about, I mean, if everything that the department has to offer in regards to programming. I know it was not in a timely manner in regards to the length of incarceration served, but and that's why we sent the updated list on yesterday, just to indicate all of the certifications and completions that he's had.
Right. So, and really, we base a whole lot on what the new wardens and assistant wardens say, because y'all know these inmates much better than we do.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, and I do want to say that I'm extremely empathetic to the victim and the families, and understand that is such a huge portion of these hearings. But like you said, there is another side to it, and that is the rehabilitation that we try to do with the incarcerated individuals. And that doesn't always click, you know, with them right at, you know, especially he was 16, and it doesn't always click that is something that he has to start on until later. In regards to Gabriel specifically, he has made a transformation in his behavior. He's made a transformation in the programming, but I think more importantly, he is an active advocate in regards to mentoring and trying to reach out to the younger population here and trying to make them make better choices and understand the reality of and the significance of what their actions had caused to the victims. And so, you know, like I said, in regards to rehabilitation, I do believe that he is come a long way in his in the steps to improve himself with the community service activities that he's involved in, the mentorship, and then, you know, all of the programming as far as since he's been here at David Wade.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Warden. That helps me. This is a very tough decision. I'm supposed to vote first. And I don't want to shirk my duties since it's my case. It's very, very, very tough because although I don't remember the crime having occurred back then, I know the folks that are writing letters and doing things, and I take that very seriously, and I take the victims and the pain that they've gone through very serious. But I also, you know, I'm speaking more from the heart here. We're talking about a 16-year-old makes a mistake, a terrible, horrible mistake. To say mistake is one thing, but he was not the shooter in this case. And although the law does specifically include, even if you're not the shooter, but he didn't pull the trigger. And the man that pulled the trigger is out and has been out. And that doesn't sound right. I say all that to tell you that he served 28 years. The warden speaks high for him, and that means a lot to me. My vote is going to be to recommend, my vote is to parole Mr. Logan. Mr. Tiller?
I agree with Mr. Prater. This is a very tough case, tough situation. I see the remorsefulness in you. I believe you're remorsed and you're doing some good work, and I hope you continue. My vote's going to be to grant to Louisiana Parole Project.
It's a tough case for me too. But I'm gonna go ahead and concur with my colleagues and vote to grant you parole to the Parole Project for a minimum of 1 year. I'm gonna add a special condition that you have no contact with the victim's family whatsoever, and that you receive a mental health evaluation and follow any recommendations. I still don't understand what would make you do something like that, so I just want to see you evaluated. And if there is any problems, you need to deal with that, whatever they recommend.
Okay, as of today, 11:15, you've been granted your request for parole. And so we wish you well, and please don't make us to have made a bad decision here, please. All right, that's the end of this here, 11:15. And we're closing out David Wade.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
All right, Mr. Robert Lewis, is that you? You're on mute, sir.
I'm on mute.
Okay, now you're not. Is anybody in the room with you from St. Tammany Parish?
Yes, sir.
Would they introduce themselves, please?
How you doing? My name is Deputy Johnson.
Okay, Deputy Johnson, thank you very much for hosting us today. And we're talking to Mr. Robert Lewis, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lewis, what is your DOC number?
98335.
Okay, and you have an attorney that is on the Zoom with us, and that is Jolynn Hollies. Am I saying that?
No, it's Joylyn Hollis.
Joylyn
Hollis.
Joylyn Hollis, yes.
Miss Hollis, that's good enough for me. I don't do names well, and I apologize. It's meant no disrespect. And you are the attorney, and we'll let you chime in as soon as we're through going over some initial things with it. And then you'll be able to kind of wrap it up, and then we'll have our vote, see what we decide. Okay, Mr. Lewis, tell us you're accused of violating really two conditions of your parole. One is condition number 4, which says that you will stay away from illegal substances and stay away from doing crimes and that sort of thing. And you're supposedly on 1/30/2025, you were arrested and you end up pleading guilty to drug paraphernalia and false inspection sticker. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you pled guilty on 4/15/26, which is just a few days ago, really. And the other condition is condition 10, and you owe $65, I think. But I'm not even gonna waste our time talking about that, okay? Let's talk about the condition number 4. Were you arrested for a number of things on that day?
Yes, sir. A bunch of old charges that was in my record 30 years ago that they just had never got out of my record, I guess. And when the officer arrested me, they just put them charges back on me. I don't really understand that to this day. So,
okay. On that day, were you guilty of drug paraphernalia and a false inspection sticker?
yes, sir. That's what they said.
Well, what do you say?
I don't use drugs and I don't sell drugs, and I got family members that drive my car, and it's a possibility I just bought the vehicle, so I really don't understand. I still don't. It wasn't my drugs.
Okay, you're a 4th offender. Do you have any drug charges in the past?
No, sir.
Have you ever been arrested for DWIs or anything like that?
No, sir.
No drug involvement at all?
No, sir.
That includes marijuana or anything like that?
Not that I can recall, sir.
Well, I mean, had you ever smoked marijuana or?
Yes, sir. When I was a teenager.
Okay, but you hadn't since when?
To be honest with you, it's been over 30 years. Over 30 years since I smoked a marijuana.
Okay, and what about methamphetamine or cocaine?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay.
I hear people talk about it, but I don't know, sir.
When were you paroled?
In 2024.
Okay, and you know how important this is because you're looking backing up to 2071. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a long time.
No, sir.
I have to tell you that. Okay.
That's the rest of my life for nothing.
Let's hear what your attorney has to say. Ms. Hollis, would you kind of talk to us a little bit?
Yes, sir. Glad to have the opportunity this morning. So as Mr. Lewis said, he had just bought that car, including the sticker that we later learned was either fraudulent or like a past issue. Like he said, he had bought the car, he let his family use it. One of the things we did spend a significant amount of time with the court was those past charges. There was actually a mix up. He's a junior. They tried to link him to a senior, Robert Lewis, as well as his son, Robert King, had some charges that they mixed up. And a significant thing that led to this, unfortunately, was a bit of profiling. We learned that in the system that the Slidell police officer who stopped him had, stopped him for tint, but when he looked at his record, there was a typo in the title. It has the correct 1464.1 charge, but the title they put was first-degree murder, which was in the documents that the DA got. So, of course, on the body cam, the officer's like, please step out of the car. Like, do you have anything on you? It's saying you have gun charges and murder charges. And, of course, Mr. Lewis made it very clear, oh, no, I have none of those things. And he consented to a search because he's like, I don't do that, never have. And unfortunately, a lot of the time that we got in court was trying to clear up that record and make sure that those past charges that one weren't his and had been thrown out were cleared from the record. Unfortunately, this just came down to a used car and a person who, you know, Mr. Lewis has been away from his family for so long. A lot of them were struggling and needed, you know, to be dropped off at work and whatnot. So he's like, you know what? Hey, I just used the car. He was using the car at the time to take his wife to health appointments. And unfortunately, she has since actually passed away since he has been incarcerated. So one of the things is we couldn't track it, but one of the things is like, you know, I would never say that that officer was overzealous. If I had seen a first-degree murder written, you know, in the field, he's not going to be looking at the 1464.1. And it was something we didn't catch until later that kind of flagged this. But I would say that the DA in St. Tammany was very diligent in going through the records. We had, even like we said, he doesn't do drugs. He had no dirty tox screens or any drug tests taken of him because none of his original charges that he's on parole for had to do with drugs. And the DA was very adamant about the fact that, like, we don't want any of this. It was actually residue that was found in the carpets. So factually, the DA is like, we don't have anything here. And it's something that we discussed in his record. You know, the DA, as I feel this board is, would be very impressed with Mr. Lewis's record. While he was in prison, he, you know, earned trustee status, worked hard, and made sure to stay away from all the good things, all of the bad things, excuse me. And unfortunately, just trying to be there for his family, you know, doing a good deed for some, you know, letting people borrow your car seems like not an issue. We actually also don't know if it's from the prior owner, because like he stated, he had the car maybe a week or a month.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Hollis. We appreciate filling us in on that background. Hopefully we won't have inspection stickers that much longer to fool with, Mr. Lewis. We'll have to see what the legislature does. But anyway, let's see. You got any questions, sir? You got any questions?
No question.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, the case is assigned to me, so I'll be the first to vote. I think we've heard pretty much everything we need to hear. I'm not willing to send you back to prison for I don't know, another 25 years or however long it would be. More than that, I think 35, 40 years for an inspection sticker that you might not even known was messed up. And so my vote is to not revoke you and to send a message to you. You see how easy it would be to be in jail until 2071. So you got to even avoid the appearance of impropriety. That's kind of a long word, but you'll figure it.
I got it.
Okay,
Yeah, I got it.
Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Lewis, next car you buy, make sure you clean it up, check it out, and next time somebody use your car, I suggest you also check it out to make sure nothing is in it that is illegal. My vote today is not revoke.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. I got y'all.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna concur and do not revoke, but I'm gonna add a special condition that you report monthly to your parole officer for drug screens, and after the 12 months, if you haven't tested positive, then we can stop the drug screen, but I'm not 100% sure that you don't know nothing about those drugs. So we're still giving you a chance.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so as of 11:37 this morning, your parole has not been revoked, and you gotta leave from here and take 12 drug screens. Over the next year, they gotta all be clean, or we're gonna see you again.
They're gonna be clean. I promise you that.
Okay, I believe you. I really do. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank God.
Good morning. It's 11:54. The date is May the 12th, 2026. We're now heading from the headquarters in Baton Rouge, and you can see from our name tabs who is the committee on parole. And we'll be talking to BAYOU DORCHEAT Correctional Center. And who would BAYOU DORCHEAT is in the room?
I have Shannon Shine and Robert Medlin.
Okay. And what is your name, please?
Deputy Krill.
Okay, Tiffany, thank you for hosting us today. We appreciate that. And so we're going to take Shannon Shine first. And Medlin can wait. Okay, Mr. Shine, what is your DOC number?
125860.
125860, okay. And you were there at BAYOU DORCHEAT, and you are accused of violating some conditions of your parole. And the one that's going to go over that, and the case is assigned to Mr. Danny Barra. And he's the fellow on my right, and he's going to take the conditions that you're accused of violating, and he'll take them one at a time and find out what you got to say about them.
All right, Mr. Shine, it's alleged that you have violated condition number 4 of your parole in the following manner. It says, I will not engage in any criminal activity, nor will I associate with persons who are known to be involved in criminal activity. Agent Martin read the violations and alleged that you were involved in criminal activity as evident by your arrest on 7/11/24 by the Minden Police Department for the offense of attempted second-degree murder in possession of a firearm or carrying a concealed weapon by a felon. How do you plead to that one? Guilty, not guilty, or with a statement?
Not guilty with a statement. I'd like to defer this him, continue, or have a continuance on this to this case, to this matter is taken care of, because it's still pending in court. And my lawyer had asked me do not discuss this him until this matter is resolved, because I still got to go to trial on. With all due respect.
You're wanting a continuance, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Barra, it's your case.
I'm prepared to vote. I will vote to grant the continuance to the outcome and pending charge.
And
I concur with Mr. Barra.
okay, and I concur also. Your case has been continued.
Thank you, sir. Thank y'all.
All righty.
Appreciate y'all. Have a good day.
What just happened?
I'm on.
Okay, we're at BAYOU DORCHEAT Correctional Center again. Same folks are here, and we'll be talking to Mr. Robert Medlin. Is that you, Mr. Medlin?
Yes, sir, it is. How you doing?
Well, it's 12 noon on May the 12th of 2026. You can see who we are by our name tags, and we're the Committee on Parole. It's going to be here in your revocation case. Mr. Barra is going to be the one that is leading the charge on getting to the bottom of the conditions that you're accused of violating. Do you have a parole form in front of you, a waiver form that you're waiving the presence of an attorney?
I requested at the preliminary hearing that I didn't want an attorney, and I don't want one now.
Okay.
If the hearing, I would ask if this hearings or the decision isn't made today and they're postponed for any reason, that I probably would like to request one for any future proceedings if y'all don't reach a decision today.
Sure. Okay, well, you can reserve that right for future hearings.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Medlin, and your DOC number is what?
341795.
Okay, and you have that waiver in front of you, that form in front of you that you signed? Okay, we're gonna show you a picture. We're gonna show you a picture of that waiver.
Okay.
Okay, did you sign that and check the appropriate places? And
Yes, sir, I did sign that. Yes, sir.
okay, good. Well, we'll go ahead and conduct this hearing. Mr. Barra, would you go ahead, go over the conditions?
So let you have violated the conditions of your parole in the following manner. Number one, that you failed to report to the New IBERIA District upon release from your Florida Department of Corrections. Records indicate that you were released on 10/6/25. The diminution sentence was signed on 5/7/25. Multiple attempts to locate you were unsuccessful. As a result, a warrant was issued for you on 10/27/25. You plead guilty, not guilty, or with a statement, make a statement. What would you like to do?
Plead not guilty, and I do have a statement.
Okay. Go ahead and tell us about your statement. What do you have to say about it?
This case, I was on parole in Texas as well as here in Louisiana. And when it involves 3 states, so if I could read my statement, it gets kind of take me about 3 or 4 minutes, but there's a lot of issues because I was ordered upon my release from Florida to report to Texas and remain there until December 22nd. My diminution of sentence from Louisiana released me to Texas probation and parole. I was not supposed to report to Louisiana until that parole was done.
Just remember, you signed a certificate, a parole certificate with Louisiana saying that you would report within 48 hours.
Well, it says the detainer, you will report to applicable to detainer if released before August 19th from the detainer, then you shall report to New Iberia. I wasn't released from probation and parole in Texas till December 22nd. All my residence plan, everything was going to Texas. I had orders under a Texas probation parole to report to Texas. And that was in place before I was ever put on parole here in Louisiana. And Louisiana released me to probation and parole in Texas. That was my residence plan. That was my travel arrangements. Everything was to go to Texas until December 22nd. And once my parole ended there, then to report to New Iberia. I couldn't do both. I mean, I couldn't be in 2 states at one.
New Iberia is in between Texas and Florida. You drove right through Louisiana.
Right. If I'd have known, I could have.
Go ahead and make your statement. I was just reminding you.
Right.
Been there.
My parole in this sentence was originally transferred to Texas under interstate compact in August of 2020.
Okay.
In January 2024, while working in Florida, I was arrested on a parole violation warrant from Texas Probation and Parole. As a result of charges stemming from that arrest, I was ordered to serve a 20-month sentence in the Florida Department of Corrections. At this point, I was under arrest on a Texas parole violation warrant with no warrant or detainer from Louisiana. Around the 1st of May 2025, Supervising Classification Release Officer Ms. Anderson, while doing a review of my records for pre-release, discovered this sentence in Louisiana and initiated contact with authorities here inquiring as to whether or not Louisiana wished to place a detainer. Louisiana responded on May the 7th, 2025, requesting that I sign my diminution of sentence. The diminution of sentence placed me in the Office of Adult Services in Texas, and then showed I was released to Texas Department of Criminal Justice, Division of Probation and Parole. The detainer information is incomplete with clerical errors, but the record will show it was a parole violation detainer from Texas. I believe it's important in my defense to point out that I was arrested on a Texas warrant on January 26, 2024. It was not released to parole here until February 16th. Texas was bringing me back to Texas upon my release from Florida before the diminution of sentence with reporting instructions ever came into existence. At this point, Texas had clear custody jurisdiction based on their sentence, their warrant, and their detainer. That custody was further established by Louisiana transferring custody as a detainer to Texas. Within 3 weeks of my October 6th release date from Florida, Texas did three things. They placed me back on mandatory supervision. They released the hold and sent orders reordering me to return to Texas immediately upon my release from Florida, to report to Probation and Parole headquarters in Austin, and to remain within the jurisdictional limits of the state of Texas under parole supervision until December 22nd, 2025, at which time my sentence would fully be served and I would be released from their custody and supervision. By releasing the hold, Texas did not release me from their custody or surrender their jurisdiction over me. As this committee knows, that a parolee remains in the custody of the Department of Corrections until his sentence expires. Their orders issued to me were still valid and lawful, and I was under legal obligation to comply with those orders. Louisiana released me to Texas authorities. My approved residence plan was to the state of Texas. Texas ordered me to return to Texas. Florida placed me on a bus to Texas. I returned to Texas, satisfied my parole obligations, and was arrested in Texas and declared a fugitive from justice for being apprehended out of state in the state of Texas. Despite all the evidence on the record of my obligation to report to Texas upon my release from Florida, a warrant was issued for my arrest for not reporting to Louisiana upon my release from Florida. I never should have been arrested for following a lawful direct order. A parolee cannot be expected to report to two different states immediately upon release from another state and then be punished for failing to do so. I was doing what I was told to do, sir. I request in my defense that this committee conduct a thorough review of the record, and you will find not a single indicator that I was ever notified that I would be required to report to New Iberia District Parole Office upon my release from the Florida Department of Corrections. Not a single indicator from 3 states Department of Corrections administrative staff ever indicated that I was to report to Louisiana immediately upon my release. At my preliminary hearing, the hearing officer based her findings of probable cause on the Rule 1 violation. The directive is on my diminution of sentence states, applicable to detainer only. If released for any reason prior to August 19, 2028, offender shall report to the New Iberia Parole Office. Those instructions are my defense. That directive is applicable to detainer only. The detainer was from Texas Probation and Parole. I was not released from Texas Probation and Parole until December 22nd, 2025. I'm not charged with not reporting upon my release from Texas. I'm charged with not reporting upon my release from Florida. Florida was not listed as a detainer. If that directive was only applicable to the detainer, then why is it being applied to my release from Florida? Florida was not the detainer. Additionally, my reporting instructions for Louisiana State said offender remained within the limits of New Iberia District Parole Office until August 19, 2028. My reporting instructions from Texas said I was ordered to remain within the limits of the state of Texas Probation and Parole authorities until December 22nd. A parolee can't remain within the limits of 2 separate state jurisdictions simultaneously. He will be within the limits of one and outside the limits of the other. The proper procedure available to especially address this conflict is through the Interstate Compact for Adult Offender Supervision. That procedure was not available to me because it wasn't applicable, because I was not placed on mandatory supervision until October the 1st, 2025, with only 86 days left of parole. The application process to either transfer supervision to Louisiana or transfer Louisiana supervision to Texas takes several months to complete the application process. Additionally, and I may be incorrect, but it is my understanding that once someone requests transfer of his parole supervision to another state, under the terms and policies of the Interstate Compact, the parolee is prohibited from traveling to or being present in the receiving state while his application is being processed. That's why the only rational, reasonable, and logical course of action was to do exactly what I was told to do, which was report to Texas upon my release from Florida satisfy my parole obligations there until December 22nd, 2025, and proceed to Louisiana and report for parole supervision at the new Iberia District Parole Office and begin satisfying my obligation to the state of Texas. Sir, I'm not trying to diminish my obligation to the state of Louisiana. I'm not saying that Texas has more authority than Louisiana. It was just a process. It was 3 states involved. And based on the release dates, that's why I was moved from Florida to Texas and moved back here to Louisiana until 2028. I had jobs lined up here. I had residence plan lined up here. I was not trying to skirt my obligations here. It was just, that was what the process was told to me. And I did that. And I stayed out of trouble. And I was arrested 72 hours after my parole ended in Texas. I haven't done any, I did what I was told to do. And that's my defense of rule number 1. I don't know what else to say. I mean, if I had known, I would prefer to come back to Louisiana. I would prefer not to ever went to Texas. It was a situation of temporary. I couldn't even get a job. I couldn't get, I was working because I knew I had to come back here. If I'd have known, I went straight through New Iberia. I mean, I went straight through Lafayette. I had no charges. I had no violations. I just got out of prison. There was no reason for me not to report to Louisiana. I just didn't know that's what I was supposed to do. Everything was Texas. Louisiana said go to Texas. Florida said go to Texas. Texas says you come here. And I went there. And I got arrested for being there. And I don't understand that.
Okay. So how many times did you talk to the parole officer in New Iberia, Louisiana?
I never spoke to him because I did not think that I was supposed to report until.
That's the mistake. Hey, that's what all over everything you just said. That's what the problem is.
And sir, and I'll take responsibility for it. If somebody had said you need to report to New Iberia and explain all this, I would have.
Was explained to you on May the 7th when you signed your conditions to be released.
Yes, sir.
And it said report within 48 hours to New Iberia. How do you expect that the state of Louisiana is going to complete your ICOTS paperwork if you don't never come and do it?
Because I was released to a detainer.
Another mistake you made. You're a 7th felony offender. You seem to know a lot about it.
Sure, and if I didn't know I was
whenever you get released from 1 state, 2 states, 3 states, 5 states, when you're not in jail, you need to contact every one of them states that you have a pending case with and tell them I'm no longer in jail and find out what you need to do. In this case, in Iberia Parish, you were supposed to report within 48 hours from release wherever the detainer might have taken you, and then fill out your ICOTS and work it out with the officers there. That's the part you missed. That's what the problem is. It don't have nothing to do with release from that, when did they start, when did theirs start? That was all impressive in a bunch of words you had there. It sounded like you did a bunch of homework on it, but it doesn't address the problem that we're talking about today. The problem we're talking about today is you didn't report to Louisiana on your release from wherever you were. And another thing I think you misunderstand is whenever you get out of jail, that's the release from the detainer, the release from custody. You're calling release from custody the expiration date of the entire case. That would be a whole different scenario and start talking about concurrent and consecutive sentences.
Sir, I understand what you're saying, but why did 3 different states involved in my release and not a single person from those classification departments, not a single person from my release officer, not a single person, and these are experts in their field, told me to report to Louisiana?
Louisiana did May the 7th when you signed a certificate.
And Florida just gave me that's
not their job to report to you. It's your job to report to them. So, okay, I got what you're saying on that one.
Yes, sir.
We can stay on this for a while. I think
I understand what you're saying, sir. I understand that.
So you pled not guilty to that number 1 with a statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. The number 2 violation is that you will submit a monthly report between the 1st and 5th day of every month until you complete your supervision. You'll also report to the parole officer when directed to do so. You failed to report monthly to your assigned officer since October 6, 2025. As a result, a warrant was issued for your arrest on 10/27/25. How do you plead to that one?
Not guilty, sir.
Okay, and the same statement?
No, with the exception that I was released on October the 6th. The first report's not due till November the 5th, and the warrant was issued October 27th. If I'm released on October the 6th and my report is due by the 5th of each month, my first report would have been due till November the 5th, and the arrest warrant was issued prior to even the violation occurring, sir.
And you're missing the key thing. You will report within 48 hours.
Okay, well, I thought that was Rule 1 violation, sir.
It's also a problem here too that you missed.
Okay, I missed that, sir.
All right, so same thing. Number 3, that you will live at the address stated on your parole certificate. And okay, we're not gonna take number 3 up because at the preliminary hearing, the officer determined there was no probable cause on that because you did tell somebody something about Texas. So we're going on to number 4. Number 4 says that you will not engage in criminal activity or associate with people known to be engaged in criminal activity, that will refrain from use of illegal drugs and alcohol. You failed to refrain from criminal activity and you were arrested on 12/26/25 by the Arlington Police Department for paraphernalia, along with the warrant from Louisiana Probation and Parole. How do you plead to that one?
Not guilty, and I have the police report, sir. I would like to submit that shows that there was no new arrest, that I was searched, my vehicle was searched, no contraband or drugs were found on me. I have the police report official. The K9 came, I was clean. I was completely clean. I was arrested on a warrant out of Irving City Police Department for a drug paraphernalia citation, which I believe this committee may have a record of it, because in June of 2021, this committee issued a warrant for a parole violation. In July of 2021, that warrant was executed by the Irving City Police Department. It was on that date in July 2021 that I received a citation for drug paraphernalia. I was incarcerated. I couldn't pay the fine. So a warrant was issued. That warrant is what was executed on the night of December 26, 2025. And I have the police report that indisputably verifies that. And it actually says that Mr. Medlin was searched incident to arrest. No contraband was found on his person, nor was any contraband or drugs found in his vehicle. He was arrested on a warrant out of Irving for drug paraphernalia. I was clean that night, sir.
A prior offense prior to that date you talking about?
Sir?
That was a warrant for paraphernalia that was prior to the date?
Yeah, from July 2021, before I was ever put on parole. It was like 4 years ago. And I do have the police report. I'd love to submit that, sir. The official police report from Arlington. I was clean that night, sir.
So you're contending that you were only arrested for the probation and parole warrant on that date?
Yes, sir. I have the paper. I have the.
All right, I'll accept that. We're gonna we'll accept that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, number 6, that you'll work at a job approved by your parole officer. If you become unemployed, you will immediately report to your parole officer that you're unemployed. Fail to provide an approved employer to your assigned agent. How do you plead to that one?
I didn't provide it to Louisiana. I was working in Texas. And I don't want to get legalistic, but I was looking up that charge. I've done a lot of research on my case because I believe strongly that I did not intentionally do anything that I would have known would have violated my parole. And it says that occasion of unemployment or failure to seek employment within 90 days. Sir, I was only out 21 days before the warrant was issued, and I was only out in total 81 days. And I was working. I mean, I had tools, I had a car, I had residence I'd already paid for here in Louisiana. I had job application. I used to work for Simple Simon in Baton Rouge. I don't know if you know Mr. Bill Simon. I worked for Mr. Bill Simon for years. I was going back to work there. I had everything going, and I didn't have a permanent job because I couldn't get a permanent job in Texas because I was getting ready to be back in Louisiana. So everything that I was doing was trying to get back to Louisiana. And I didn't report that to Louisiana. And if I'm guilty of that, then I'm guilty of that. But
that's what you're guilty of.
I mean, if I'm guilty, if y'all heard I'm guilty of it, I mean, but I thought it was within 90 days. I wasn't out 90 days.
All right. Condition number 10, paying the fee we'll just skip that one.
I can pay that today, sir, if it's an issue.
Plead not guilty to it, and we're just gonna skip it.
Yes, sir.
So my question is, where do you plan on living if you were to get out today or this time?
I'm going back to Baton Rouge. That's been my home here in Louisiana, and I got good job opportunities there if I haven't ruined them yet. Like I said, I used to work for Simple Simon, Mr. Bill, Angie and Greg Simon. I worked for them for years. You know, I've got good work history in Baton Rouge. I've got, you know, a residence. I was prepared to come back. I was coming back that weekend. I got arrested the day after Christmas. You know, I mean, it's like, I just, you know, I've got support. I've got money. I've got
Your address in Baton Rouge.
5764 North Afton Parkway, Baton Rouge.
Before what?
5764 North Afton Parkway.
Spell that second word after North.
Afton, AFTON, Afton. I hope that's still available. If not, I will.
Who owns that?
Sir?
Who owns that house?
Sir?
Who owns that 5764 address? Who owns it?
Ray Chris and Terry. He's an old friend. I used to work, me and him used to work together with Simple Simon for 30 years ago.
So you have no, if you can go there now or not.
I mean, I'm sure I can. I've known, you know, but I've been locked up, out of touch for almost going on 5 months now. And everybody expected me to show up after Christmas, and I just drop off the face of the earth. And I, you know, but I have money to go and get an apartment. You know, I mean, I don't have to live with somebody. I've got means to, you know. Main thing is just getting to work. You know, I got to, you know, and I think Greg and Angie Simon will. I'm not even sure if Mr. Bill is alive or not yet. I mean, still, I mean, he was getting pretty old, but I worked for Simple Simon for years. You know.
So your employment plan is not solid either.
I believe it is solid, sir. I'm a certified mechanic. I have tools. And that's just one opportunity. I work for Major Industries for K. Dubois. He's now at dealers. I mean, I've been incarcerated for 5 months, sir.
Okay.
I've always worked.
All right.
I will be employed immediately.
Does anybody on the panel have any questions?
I don't have any questions.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let you know, there is sufficient evidence to believe that you violated the conditions of your parole by not coming and signing up and not doing your ICOTS transfers or not keeping your offices. But I'm not gonna vote to revoke you today. What I'm gonna order you to work release, which is a steady job, so you can get you some money. And while you're in work release, you can verify that Mr. Bill's alive. You can verify that other places still available. Your parole officer will be able to find you, and you can get this case set up right and get your stuff approved. And then when you finish work release, you can go straight to your place.
Okay, and how long will I be in work release, sir?
6 months.
6 months work release. Okay.
6 months work release in lieu of revocation.
I accept
that. During that time is when you get everything together. And if you got any loose ends in Florida and Texas, you need to make sure you contact them and let them know you're in work release in Louisiana and what you need to do to finish those cases, because I don't want you to end up in the same situation with them as you are with us.
Well, I'm through with everybody else.
That's good.
What I've got.
6 months work release in lieu of revocation, and get your stuff together then.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Gilles?
I concur with Mr. Ballroy.
As do I. So in lieu of revocation, you're gonna have 6 months of work release where you can get your business straight, as of 12/24 this morning. So this is the end of this.
Okay. I will get with,
Well, it's better than nothing.
hang on, because I don't know how to leave.
No. You know, all this shit should be on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Deal music. Yeah. Yeah.
They go there.
No, it just clicked on. Really what it want.
You want me to wait while you go do that? I think it's somebody's property.
Okay.
You got a parole hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your name?
Joseph
Joseph.
Hartford.
Haven't seen you much.
Yeah. Trying to get up out of here so you won't see him at all.
Best way, best way.
Okay, good afternoon. The time is 12:32 in the afternoon. It's May the 12th, 2026. We're talking to Mr. Joseph Hartford at Avoyelles Parish Detention Center. Is there anyone in there from Avoyelles Parish Detention Center with you?
No, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm the nursing supervisor, Charlotte Doza.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you hosting us. Mr. Hartford, what's your DLC number?
635068.
Do you have a waiver form in front of you that you signed?
Uh,
There.
The
Yeah,
question,
that's
yes,
it.
sir. Yes, sir.
and you signed that and you're ready to go forward with your hearing today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Tillis has your case, and there's only one person that's gonna be speaking in opposition. And so we'll let Mr. Tillis decide when he wants to hear what.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hartford. How are you?
I'm doing. How y'all doing?
Good. You're in violation of rule number 3. Upon release, you reported the address of 114 St. Anthony Street, Cottonsport, Louisiana. On 1/18/2026, you called me and reported that you were working for a construction company in Longview, Texas. You admitted to being out of the state without permission and were instructed to return to Louisiana immediately. You finally reported to PNP on 1/30/2026. You reported that you were now working and living in Houston, Texas. Upon further questioning, you allege that you live at the initial address on reported. You were given a 3-day jail sentence on 2/5/2026 till 2/8/2026, the Avoyelles Parish Jail, at the Avoyelles Parish Jail. You were instructed to contact me upon release for the further instructions. You failed to contact me following release from jail. On 2/11/2026, I made contact with you, your sister, at your alleged address of 114 St. Anthony Street, Cottonsport, Louisiana. She advised that you return to Houston, Texas upon release from jail. A warrant was issued on 2/26/26. You absconded supervision on or about 2/8/2026. You reported to the probations and parole on 2/26/26 and were arrested by a PNP agent. Our warrants for absconding supervision. When questioned, you and your girlfriend both admitted that you returned to Houston following your release from jail. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or with a statement?
Not guilty with a statement.
Okay, tell us what happened.
I did leave to go to work in Texas once I got released from jail, December 16th. And once I got established and got me a phone and everything, I didn't have nothing when I came home. But once I got my first check and I was able to get me a phone, I contacted Ethan and let him know what was going on and where I was working at. I never told him I was living out there. I just told him I was working out there. It was a traveling job. And me and my girlfriend never admitted to going back to Houston upon my 3-day jail sanction. And I wrote a little report. I left to go to La Place February 8th upon my release. I resided at my girlfriend's grandmother's house in La Place, Louisiana. On February 17th, I drove from La Place to Marksville to report and make my monthly payment, but the office was closed. I also called and texted my parole officer to discuss my travel pass so I can go back to work. We've discussed and agreed that it would be in consideration. When I was contacted for an interview for another job in Houston, I figured it wouldn't hurt to go to the interview due to my parole officer telling me that a travel pass could be written up for me so I can work. On the early morning of February 25th, my girlfriend and I drove to Houston so I can complete my interview and a physical activity test for the job. I got accepted for the job and just had to wait for my background check to clear. The same day, on February 25th, we drove back to Louisiana that night. I spent the night at my mother's house in Cottonport, Louisiana, to get ready to go report and make a payment to my parole officer the next day. And I had intentions on letting him know that I drove back out there to do my interview. I lost my previous job due to my 3-day jail sanction. On the morning of February 26th, I went to Walmart in Marksville, Louisiana to get a $65 money order. When I reported to the office to make my payment, I was arrested due to false information that my parole officer got from my little sister. From February 8th to the 25th, I was still in Louisiana until I did a round trip to Houston to do a job interview on the 25th of February. When I got released from jail in December, all I wanted to do was go back to work and get my life together. I ask and beg y'all, the board, to have mercy on me and give me another chance for my freedom. The job opportunities in Avoyelles Parish is very slim, and I have no support or transportation to get a job in the surrounding areas. So I use my own resources for jobs. My job occupation consists of me to travel. I didn't come home and commit no new crimes. I went straight to work. I now have full support from my father and my cousin to help me get a local job at a plant in Bachelor, Louisiana until I complete my terms of my parole. I promise and vow to pursue no more traveling jobs until I complete my parole.
That's it? You finished?
Yes, sir.
Great, is the parole officer? Please. Good afternoon.
Hello, sir.
Could you heard what was going on, what he said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could we get your statement, please?
Yes, sir. First of all, I'm Officer Ethan Gio with Probation and Parole, Alexandria District. Most of what he said, I believe, is concurs with his statements through previous conversations in the hearings. He did text me the first time that he was out, bit of back and forth on living and working out there. Again, the girlfriend being out of state is one thing. And he just mentioned that both he didn't come back or return to Texas, and that he did return to Texas after being released from the jail sanction. We also didn't know until speaking with him afterwards about the address on the plaza or anything like that. But in general, we've had several conversations, he and I, about his basic inability to remain living at his mother's house in Cottonport, the reported address. That wouldn't work out for him. They don't get along, something along those lines. I'm sure he can elaborate. That's pretty much the evidence that we have as stated in the report to the board.
Okay, thank you, Mr. L.
Yes, sir.
What do you suggest, Ethan?
In these cases of absconding, it is customary, we would recommend revocation. But I do defer to the board entirely on this, sir. He is correct in saying I have no new arrests, no new charges. Simply the absconding supervision charges or violations against him is what I have.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Any of my board members have any questions?
No. I have a question of Joseph. If you were to be released, where do you plan on living?
I plan on moving my parole to Ponkapee Parish, Lesford, Louisiana, to my grandmother's house, because it has 2 plants out there that my cousin work at, and he's able to get me on at the job, so I won't have to worry about traveling or doing anything like that. So I plan on going to my grandmother's house.
All right. More questions? No. No questions.
I'm going to vote to do not revoke. If you will get in touch with your parole officer and do not, or at any time you leave the state, get in touch with your P&V officer. And before you move now, I would prefer you get in touch with them and let them know you're out, what you expect to do. That's my.
All right, I'm gonna concur with him, just to clear it up a little bit. You're not just gonna be able to go straight to grandma's house when you get out of jail. You're gonna need to go see Mr. Ethan, request for a transfer to go over there, and then he's gonna complete that transfer request and send it to him. So that's a step. Another thing is you can't just leave the state and expect to get a travel permit after the fact. You cannot leave the state. You have to have a travel permit before you leave. That's the point of it. You understand those two things?
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna have a special condition for you that you report to the new probation officer monthly for the first 12 months.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and my vote is to concur with that. So you will not be revoked this morning at 12:43, but you got to do a better job of, and I applaud the fact that Mr. Gullo, Officer Gullo, brought this to our attention and is holding you to the standards you got to be held to. So you got to abide by that, or else you're going to be backing up all your time. So anyway, as of right now, you're not revoked at 12:44. End of hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Ethan.
All right.
All right. Man. People.
Hello? How you doing, Richard? I can't hear you. I mean, you're talking, but I can't. How about now? With your spirit. You hear me? You tell me why.
Okay. All right. The time is 12:50 in the afternoon, May the 12th, 2026. We've been having hearings all day. You can see our name tags, who we are on the Committee on Parole. And we're talking to Mr. John Warren. Is that correct, Mr. Warren?
Sir,
Is that-
there we go.
Okay, you are Mr. Warren, correct?
That's correct.
Is anybody in there from Iberia Parish Jail?
No, sir.
Okay. What is your DLC number, Mr. Warren?
My DOC number is 413-143.
Okay, and do you have a waiver, a questionnaire in front of you talking about this hearing and you're ready to proceed with this hearing? And I understand that your attorney is here on
sir.
Zoom with us, and you're Richard Spears, and we'll let him speak at the appropriate time.
Yes.
But we're here to discuss with you a problem that you had on probation with your revocation. You are accused of violating condition 8, which talks about drugs, illegal drugs, and talks about how you'll avoid illegal drugs and alcohol and that sort of thing. And that's what
Yes,
you're
sir.
violating. According to the reports, you were screened on 11/24 of 2025 in November of 24th, 2025, and you were ordered a substance abuse within 30 days because of a hot THC screen. Is that correct?
Oh, it was admitted. I admitted that I was dirty. I admitted it.
Okay, and you said,
I just admitted that I was dirty.
okay, and so you reported to Keys, the facility, on 12/19 of 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and you came back when they did a screen on you there, you came back positive for methamphetamine. Is that correct?
I wasn't told nothing about that. I wasn't told, my parole officer never let me know that I failed that drug screen.
So they didn't talk to you about that in your preliminary hearing?
Yes, it was a preliminary hearing. But what I'm informing you is that my parole officer had never let me know that I failed that drug test on 12/19.
Okay, and then, but you were ordered to come back on 12/22. And you didn't show.
Yes, sir, I was ordered, that's correct. I was also ordered to pay $100 that I didn't have at the time. So.
Okay. And then you were ordered to report to parole office on 1/28/26, and you came back hot when they did a screen there of THC, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct, yes, sir.
So it boils down to what we're doing is dealing with condition 8 and 3 hot screens.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And you're on parole for 4th and 5th DWI at present, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's see, let's hear from your attorney and see what Mr. Spears has to say about this. Mr. Spears?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Mr. Warren, Your Honor, has done, except for these couple of blips, pretty exemplary while he's been on parole. I think from having spoken to him back before the preliminary hearing that he was kind of surprised and blindsided about the methamphetamine result. He has freely admitted from the beginning the THC results. And so he's been in jail for a while now, sir. It's my understanding that, having admitted to the THC positive and having done this time and having gone to Keys, he is asking this board for another opportunity to continue to move forward with his life.
Okay. All right. Mr. Warren, do you have anything to say about all this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do. Now I work offshore. I'm offshore and I did make some bad choices. I made some poor choices there. I had got out last year, in April last year, and I lost my mother anyway. Make a long story short, he started drug screening me on November of 2025, November, and I admitted to that one. I told him I was positive for THC. I did a day in jail. He gave me a day sanction, and he instructed me that I would be getting a 10-day sanction on my positive drug screen. So I went to a day sanction, and I was ordered to do a substance abuse evaluation, which I did not do within 30 days, but I did the evaluation before I was incarcerated. I completed that evaluation, and I had a substance abuse and outpatient substance abuse all set up with keys that y'all not aware of. I had all that all set up. And I realized that, even though I wasn't committing no crimes, that the drug use wasn't tolerated, and that was a violation of my parole. I understood that, and I was more than willing to get help and to sober up off the drugs. I had this DWIs I picked up in 2005. That was over 20 years ago. I haven't been convicted of a felony since then. I realized that I was making some poor choices with the drugs, and I was more than willing to get the help. I didn't do it within the 30 days, but I did set it up, and I was about to start doing that. I did start doing that.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Appreciate you really admitting you got a problem, because you do have a serious problem. And,
Yes, sir.
okay, does my panel have any questions?
I have no questions.
Okay, there are no questions and I get to vote first. And,
Yes,
and
sir.
my vote, Mr. Warren, is that due to the fact that you are on parole for a fourth and fifth DWI, that I simply am not going to put my reputation on the line and the security and safety of the general public by letting somebody out that has already had 3 hot drug screens. So my vote is to revoke your parole.
I concur with Mr. Prater. You really need to get some help.
Mr. Barra?
All right, well, my vote, it doesn't really matter because you got 2 of them already, but I was gonna place you in long-term substance abuse with DOC and then reinstate your parole, but I'm outvoted.
Yes, sir. Well, as of 12:59 this morning, your parole has been revoked. We wish you well, and you got to figure out a way to get some help. The state's done.
Maybe I can do that in jail.
I'm a problematic to multi-tool.
Hello, Mr. Freeman. How are you today? Hello?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. What's your DLC number, sir?
528663.
Okay, and your name is Herbert Freeman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you are at the Iberia Parish Jail. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Is anybody
Yes,
in there from the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Office? Would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, sir. Deputy Moore.
Okay, Deputy Moore, thank you very much for hosting us. We appreciate that. And Mr. Freeman, do you have a waiver form in front of you that you sign and you're ready to conduct this hearing? You're ready to go through this hearing. And I see that you have an attorney, Mr. Richard Spears, and he's going to be speaking. And we'll let Mr. Spears go last after the others speak, if that's okay with you, Mr. Spears. And so do you have that form in front of you that you signed?
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. The case has been assigned to me. And Mr. Freeman, there's certain conditions of your parole that you are accused of having violated. One of them was that you last reported after you got on parole. You last reported on August the 5th of 2020. Is that you guilty of that or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay. Do you have a statement you want to give us?
Yeah, okay, like they said, like I engaged in criminal activity. August.
Well, let's just stay with the reporting thing. When was the last time you reported to your parole?
I'm not sure. Like it was a long time ago. I got shot like 9 times. Like, but I remember things.
Okay. All right. Number 3, condition 3. You left the state from your last reported address in 2021 until you were arrested in Houston in 2026. Is that correct?
That's not true. Like if they had a worse warrant for me in August 16, 2020, then that means that in 2020 that I ain't had no place to stay, because right after they shot at me that night, they burnt down my mama residence. So I ain't had nowhere to stay.
Did you tell your parole officer that?
No, I ain't told nobody, because they were so busy stuck on me or my background. Like I did a crime. You know, people's out there trying to kill me for no reason because my baby mother. Like I have affidavits, and I could have sworn like my people had presented y'all the affidavits. I had emailed y'all the affidavit of the people that associated with the victims. The victim was my family, my daughter, my girlfriend, and her grandma. Like I got affidavits. Like I don't know if Richard Spears presented that to y'all, but I haven't committed crime. I was the one that being shot at, and like he had $10,000 on my head, burned my house down, and I ain't had nowhere to go, no nothing. Like in 2023, that's when my sister had came. You know, I had witnesses. Like I don't know if they're on here, but I had witnesses to confirm everything that I'm telling you. Even if one of the victims.
Mr. Freeman, let me stop you there. You didn't report to your parole officer. Then you ran into all this trouble with somebody burning a house down and shooting at you, and you still didn't report to your parole officer. Is that correct?
I was fearing for my life.
Okay. You think the parole officer was gonna kill you?
No, like I ain't trust nothing. Like people kept trying to kill me, and then I ended up getting shot. Like
then on August the 16th of 2020, you shot at 5 occupants of a vehicle in your driveway, and you had a warrant for a felon in possession of a firearm and 5 counts of first-degree murder. Did that occur?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what occurred in August. Like that's what I'm trying to explain to you. I was the one in the driveway. I was the one being shot at, and like if Richard Spears present, like I don't know if my family presented the affidavits to you, but it will show you that I haven't committed crime. I ain't been caught up in the possession of no firearm. I got arrested over here in April 2027. That's when they came arresting me on these charges. I ain't never been in possession of anything.
Right, right. I understand that, but you're on parole for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And now you're charged with it again, and they recently reviewed the charges, and the judge said on 4/29 of 2026 that there was probable cause to believe that you had committed that. They're holding you for trial.
It wasn't no probable cause because I got witnesses. The same witness they just say I tried to kill was my family. That is not true. Like a guy tried to kill me.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you what the judge said. We got the court papers, and the judge said that there was probable cause to believe that you had done that.
I didn't do it, sir.
Okay.
I got
All right,
witnesses
well,
on
number 9, and you are currently under a $360,000 bond for that warrant.
Yeah.
Okay. And number 9, condition 9 says visits were impossible since they didn't know where you were. And you were all this time in Texas, correct?
No, I was not in Texas. I was in Texas 2024 when I thought my parole time was up to 2023.
So you just thought that you didn't have to report? And
No,
now your time would be up?
First time on parole, I don't know how that go. That was my first time on parole. I didn't understand how that go. You know what I'm saying? When people
you're a third offender.
I'm hiding.
What's the offender?
I'm hiding from the people.
Are you a 4th offender?
A 4th offender?
Yes, sir.
Maybe so. I think so.
You had never been on parole before?
No, no probation.
Did you have to report to your probation officer?
Yeah, I ain't never been on parole. They say, I thought, you don't get in trouble.
Okay. All right. Let's hear. Do you have anything else to say about all?
I had witnesses, like I don't know if my witnesses had logged in, but I had one to like examine cross-examine the witness.
We're gonna hear from your, I think your mom, your sister and your girlfriend and your other sister. So let's hear from, before we turn it over to your attorney, I want to hear from Lakeisha Levi. Lakeisha, are you Zoom with us?
Hi, this is Lakeisha. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Hi. I want to piggyback on what my brother said because I was on the phone with him that night when the incident happened, when he was walking the highway when Lafayette police was called, when the girlfriend was driving home. My brother did have his other baby mama trying to kill him. That actually burnt my mom's house down because I was the one that went to go get my mom. I also, before that happened, me personally, I reached out to the probation officer to try to get my brother switched to Texas, which I told him what county I was in, and he told me how much it was going to cost. And it was $150. So when I did call him back, he ended up sending it to a whole different county, not the county that I told him and not the apartment where I was living at because they had to get the approval too as well. And when I reached back out to him, he was being totally ugly with me and told me to call him back. And every time I called back, leave a message, he never returned. So with that being said, yeah, my brother was homeless. The other baby mom boyfriend tried to kill him, wanted to kill his daughter, and that's what made me run to go get my mom. I knew my brother couldn't come because of his situation, so I definitely had to get my mom because she's elderly. So yes, he was homeless. He's telling the truth about that, and also about him being shot. He really don't understand what's going on because he said 9 times. My brother got shot like 12 times. So he got shot. He also in the midst of that, of being gone, which he ended up going back to school online, getting a certificate for real estate. I also trained him with my company to be a freight dispatcher. So he was on the right track. I'm not saying that he's innocent, he's perfect because he's not. We all know that he had a background, but he really don't know the difference. We all as well thought he was off for probation. I didn't know about the parole stuff either, but he's definitely telling the truth about that. And he really can't since he got shot, there's a lot of things that he had been going through. A person can't remember stuff and don't know how to understand what you say, certain stuff. That's the outcome of him being shot 12 times trying to defend somebody that he didn't know. It was a lady he was defending that was being attacked, and he ended up getting hurt because of that. And that's what made him stay in Houston a little longer in the hospital, which he went to court and he was, he didn't give them no hassle, When they took him in, he stood there and just let them arrest him, and even the Harris County even wrote. But yeah, he was homeless, and I tried myself personally to try to get him switched over from Louisiana to Texas, knowing the situation with the guy that was trying to harm him, and my mom was in the house, which left him to be homeless.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you leading that insight. Okay, let's talk to Tanya Smith, the other sister. Miss Smith.
Hello, how you doing? How you doing?
Fine, fine.
Good, good. What you know situation is that his older brother and went with some other guy and caught the guy cheating, is what she said. And so to get back at he was messing with my brother. And then the guy had IBERIA that he was going to kill my brother.
Yes, ma'am, your video, you're breaking up a pretty good bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then he ended up setting to my the caretaker of my mom. And so the guy ended up putting the trailer down. And thank God my mother wasn't in there. Even the neighbors thought that my mom was in there and told the fire department that
Okay, ma'am, I don't think your video, I don't think it's gonna work. I don't know what the problem is, but you're cutting out too much to make sense out of what you're saying. But I think you're talking about the shooting that took place in Texas, correct?
No, no, sir. No, sir. That night, I'm trying to say that my brother was shooting. That's the night I'm talking about. Can you hear me?
No, ma'am.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up as you speak.
It's not understandable.
Maybe you're in a bad area.
Okay, let's move on and see if we can get that straight, but we'll move on to the girlfriend, Alexis Swan. Miss Swan, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's try you. Tell us what you know about this.
Can you hear me good? Am I breaking up or anything?
No, you sound good.
Okay. So I also lived in that trailer with him. He did used to tell me that, I do recall his baby mama constantly calling him many nights, telling him that the boy was trying to kill her and her daughter. And I would tell him, that, you got this situation going on. Let's just not entertain it. Like whatever she's going through, let her go through that. I know that's your daughter, but let her go through that. I do recall him telling me, that this guy was standing on a corner stalking the home that we was living in. But also we just had like a small discussion, me and him or whatever, and I wound up leaving the home because it was a minor situation, like far as me working, and I wound up leaving the home and stuff like that. And I went to a hotel. He wanted to talk. We had a conversation or whatever, and it was something that was crazy said verbally or whatever. So he still wanted to talk to me, but me, I wound up, calling the police because at that point it was like, I wanted to be bothered. I didn't want to continue to talk. So they checked the vehicle that he was in. They cleared him for no weapon or anything. They actually detained him, but also dropped him, brought him somewhere. I did try to make arrangements for someone to come and get him, but I was the only next option. So me, my grandmother, my stepfather at the time, my baby, and my little brother, we were the ones that picked him up.
Could you stop for just a minute?
Huh?
What are you talking about as far as the time frame goes? When was this?
So this is starting from 2020 up until the shooting. This is the whole lineup from the shooting that they tried to say that he had 5 counts of attempted murder.
Okay.
It started from Lafayette to New Iberia.
Okay.
So when Lafayette cleared him, I actually went still and picked him up. Then when we made it to New Iberia, I was still planning on leaving, but I stood in the car. He went to go use the bathroom in the yard. And he was like, I'm coming back. But like I said, at that moment, I didn't want to talk. So I got up and I just went to the car. My grandmother then was parked down the street. How the street is like there's one street a split in between the middle and park back on the other street. They didn't come and park in the parking lot or anything. It was just me and him in the parking lot. But he went to use the bathroom. I got out the car. I left my car behind because I wasn't even worrying about the car. I just was just ready to go at this point. So I was walking and all of a sudden I heard gunshots and I panicked and I got in the car and I told my grandmother, I was like, somebody got a gun. He got a gun. And we're trying to back up. But as we're backing up, we almost fell in a ditch. We never seen who was shooting or anything. It's just my back was turning. We panicked. We got we called the police at the time. The police came. We met back at the scene. There was nothing there. They wound up not, I don't even think they found any, like, I want to say any shell cases or anything. The car was in a ditch and stuff like that. So me and my grandmother, like, they only went off a base of what I said out of my panic and out my nervousness because me not knowing what's going on. So everything was not truthful. I tried to go back the next, I want to say maybe 2 days, talk to Iberia police. And the first thing they told me was basically in so many words, and I'm going to say it like this. Basically, I'm stupid because he just recently got out of jail for something similar. So the first thing they was just based off of his criminal history, what he just got out of jail for. They never gave me the opportunity to explain myself. The first thing they told me out their mouth is that, oh, I know a woman just like, I know a woman just like you who tried to protect her boyfriend. And I told them that's not even the case. I don't even really know what's going on. So I'm not going to sit there and keep a statement that I don't know what's going on out of fear, anxiety, emotional, like I'm already going through enough at the time. So I wasn't going to keep that, but they never gave me or my family the opportunity to fix anything from day one, even after going back and trying to fix something.
All right.
And
I think I've got.
after that, the trailer they did come back around, burn the trailer
You
down.
kind of wrap it up, please, ma'am?
Yeah, go ahead. Mhm.
Would you kind of wrap it up and tell us what you've talked to us about the charges, but the DA and the judge have already said that there's probable cause to go forward with that case. So you can save all of that, although we appreciate you telling us. We'll make our own decision, but it's going to be going to court. So you'll need that for court case and all that. But what do you know about him? Did you know him in 2020?
I've been knowing. I'm sorry for cutting you off. So I've been knowing him since my daughter is 10. He's been in my daughter's life since she was a newborn. I wound up having a daughter for him. So I've been knowing him for like maybe 10, almost 11 years. We never had no problem, no trouble, no abuse or anything like that. I can be honest with you on camera. I'm the abuser. I'm gonna be honest with you on camera. I'm the one that act out. He's the one that walks away.
Did you go to Texas with him?
So I live in Texas. He never lived in Texas. I live in Texas. When he got shot, he was visiting his mom and he also was visiting my daughter.
When he got shot?
Yes.
Okay. But he was in Texas when he got shot?
Yeah, 2024.
Okay. And he was on parole. Is that correct?
No, I was supposed to be on parole, off of parole 2020.
Right.
So I'm not sure exactly what it was. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, thank you. We got the
Tanya's got it. Can talk on
Miss Tanya Smith. Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am. We got Miss Smith on the phone now. and I think we can hear her better. Go ahead and talk to us, please.
Okay, sir. What I was saying was that that whole night and all that happened was that my brother, his older daughter's mother, had told my brother that she was still messing with my brother, which was not true because my brother was gone with her baby. And the boy had told her what IBERIA was saying he was going to kill my brother whenever he got a back to jail, that he was going to kill him. So by that being all around town, and I was here for him, people praising that night, that night, and that night. So God just put on my brother to kill my brother. And God was the devil he did, the Lord did the stupid. My brother drank it. Just like in the city back home, they raised his word and a grandmother and a brother and they drank it. Then the boy come back and burned up the house. He was so adamant about trying to get my brother. He burned that house, the trailer that I gave to my mom. So I gave her to my mom to there with that, and I said, "Who's on fire?"
Okay.
And to run down the gate. Sit in there.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Excuse me. We're chasing rabbits here. We're trying to decide if he absconded parole and if there was a warrant issued for him for this criminal conduct, which we agree that there is, and we don't need to try the case today. Okay, the case will be tried in district court, and we'll see what the judge and what the jury and all of them have to say about it. But we don't need to determine that. We're just trying to determine these conditions of parole. So we don't need to go into all the who was where and all this business. Okay, so we're gonna move on then and talk to the attorney. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Can you talk to us and maybe make some sense out of all this?
Yes, sir. I represent him on the current pending charges in Iberia that you've already talked about and that are alleged. I'll say this, sir. All of the issues about the allegations of absconding and the allegations about these new criminal charges are all inextricably linked. They're connected to each other. This is all about something that happened in 2020. I would ask this board respectfully to defer on making a decision in this case until through the discovery process we can determine more about the facts. And I should be able to get a lot of information about that in the next couple of few months. As I said, the absconding is inextricably tied to the alleged criminal conduct as well because of these. There is evidence that someone was trying to murder him at the time and to murder his family. So based on all of that, I would ask this honorable board to defer making a decision at this point.
Yes, we appreciate that, but I don't think we need to defer the fact that he absconded. We might not want to make a decision about the criminal conduct. Of course, there is calls that we could make that with a preponderance of the evidence, but I don't know if we have that. But for sure, we know that he absconded. He last reported in August of 2020, and then he wasn't heard from again, it's my understanding, until he was arrested in Texas while testifying in 2024 about the case where he was shot. And so we have a period of time there when probation and parole that nobody knew where he was. And he can't claim, well, he can claim it, that's his business, but you can't claim you were scared of someone killing you, and so you didn't call your parole officer. That might hold water somewhere, but it doesn't in my particular world. So anyway, yes, sir, what you're saying makes sense, but I don't think that we should postpone the whole decision here. What does the board have any, y'all can 2/3 me?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Do you have any more questions if you have? Okay. Is that your statement there, sir? Are you through with your?
Yes, sir. All I could do was list maybe the facts that have been discussed already. But I'll just reiterate that the absconding issue is linked to the same charge that he has now. That's the issue. That's why I would ask you to defer on the entirety. We may be able to shed more light on all the facts once the discovery process is ongoing and I get information from the state.
I agree that the absconding does have some relationship to the criminal charges, because that's, in my opinion, in looking at this, I think that's why he absconded, because he had his warrants for him. And that's why he took off and wasn't heard from again until he was arrested. But that's just my particular opinion. So it's my case, and I'm prepared to vote. Are you prepared to vote? Okay. Let's see, Mr. Freeman.
Yes, sir.
I think that on condition number 2 and condition number 3, that you violated your parole, and the fact that you weren't heard of for several years. We didn't know where you were, and you can't claim that you were scared of the probation and parole officer killing you. You could have made some contact with them and told them where you were staying, what you were doing, and that sort of thing. I think that you went to over in Texas and you got shot and you stayed over there and you still didn't tell them until they finally arrested you in Texas while you were testifying, or after you had testified against the people that shot you over there. And so, although I agree that you've had a tough life, I don't know how much of it you brought on yourself, and that's not for me to determine. But that tough life does not give you right not to abide by your conditions that you agreed to at parole. Therefore, because of violations of conditions 2 and 3 and 9, and because of those 3 conditions, my vote is to violate your parole.
But I can say something?
Mr. Tibbs, we're voting now.
I concur. My vote is to revoke your parole.
I concur, same reasons.
Okay, so as of 1:33 this afternoon, your parole has been revoked. Thank you, sir. That'll conclude our hearings for today. So that was the end of our session. The time is 1:33 in the afternoon. The date is May 12th, 2026.